Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to winter here. I guess technically it's still winter for a couple more days here in New York, so we certainly are enjoying the cold weather. Hi, Sammy. Good morning to you. Good afternoon. So we have two topics on the agenda today. The first was targeted matters, and we're just focused on 2410. For those wondering when they'll get something on technology, I think somewhere around lunchtime or so, I was told, or later. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we'll get something back. I don't think that as major of a change as some of these 2410 stuff that we said we'd bring back. Thank you to the team. Thank you, Anna, Sharon, and Dan, for turning the document around. So we'll do the 2410 first, and then we'll spend the rest of the day working on audit evidence and risk response. Before, just a few things as we kick off on audit evidence and risk response later. Just keep this in the back of mind, maybe preps you a little bit more. Today is the first time we as a board are seeing all the drafts together. Our plan still is to move towards June approval of the EDs. As you said, we never approve anything that we think is not ready yet, so we'll always have a chance to make the determination. But in this context, this is the time to raise all substantive comments. Make sure that you do so. One of the reasons we want to make sure you do so is that it may trigger comments from other board members and we can have a discussion around it. So now is the time. Secondly, on that, and I wrote the board this week, is don't identify just the problem, come with solutions. So if you have them, and obviously there's sometimes we don't have solutions, but you could say that. But please, if you raise an issue, come with your solution. And then the other thing the team has asked me to do is, of course, there's a lot of work. We're talking about 3 standards here and also conforming and consequential amendments. Provide all your offline comments by March 31st too. So when we get to audit evidence and risk response, keep those things in mind. There inevitably will be a lot of work that will happen between now and June, a lot of interaction with different stakeholder groups where we'll probably be workshopping the drafts. But the first point of attack is getting the feedback from this board and turning the documents around so we have a basis for discussions with others. So Dan, Anna, Sharon, I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you for your work and look forward to our discussion this morning.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, everyone. I had received some feedback that having a slide on screen with a visual tracker might help anchor a conversation and make sure we're all following. So really the matters that we brought back and we shared in the agenda item 2I, ultimately, related to a number of matters that were discussed on Monday. And we have proposed some changes that we think are responsive to the comments. I thought we could break up this as it is on the slide. And so the first pause point would be to capture the changes that were made to address comments received about relating to the notion of procedures in an interim review engagements and that distinction from an audit of financial statements. And I've brought in the other information piece into this as we thought it would be a less, it's sort of a smaller topic that's in those same paragraph number ranges. Really the changes were meant to address the concerns that we heard that in attempting to reduce complexity and perhaps misperceptions about taxonomies of procedures or so on, we might have inadvertently created confusion about expected work effort in interim review engagements. And so we made the changes that I proposed. So I guess I wanted to get comments first on these.
Okay, this is effectively the first 2 pages of agenda item 2H that was circulated yesterday afternoon. Any comments on it, or people happy with the proposed changes? Okay, I think you got support for that. Well done.
Thank you. Next up was Materiality. We did make some changes to the application material, as you see. This was based on requests to consider removing references to percentages, benchmarks. We did reflect on that. We believe that the inclusion of the words percentage and benchmark was appropriate in A52 still, because it was the parallel of the first sentence, and it both provided an anchoring process to the audit, and also just the analogous process. So it basically reflects that the process you followed in the audit might be the appropriate starting point. But we did make some further amendments to clarify that these might not be the only matters that you consider. So we hope to get comments on Materiality.
Okay, any comments on the proposed changes in Materiality? Greg?
Thanks, Tom. Very happy with this generally, and the changes here. It was just, I think there's a typo in A53A, which is unrelated to the changes, so maybe it was there before. So we say financial results for the current interim period differ significant. I think it's significantly from the prior. Yep, just a minor thing.
It was mainly just to see if you were awake this morning to Adam.
Thank you, Tom. I believe I raised a comment, was it the day before yesterday, on the use of percentage in here. And the fear that if we use the same percentage, that we would get to a quarter of the materiality for annual purposes with as a starting point. I appreciate it's a starting point, but can you maybe explain what consideration you may have given to keeping the percentage in A53?
I'll do this, and maybe I'll ask Dan to also add commentary. Ultimately, the rationale was we focused back on the first iterations of materiality requirements here. We're very much focused on making sure the materiality is appropriate for the interim financial information as a whole. And of course, if the matters that are important to users of the interim financial information as a whole. And so we believe that the same thought process of determining materiality based on what benchmark is of most relevance and most interest to users from the annual audit, and whatever percentages a methodology or an auditor may decide to apply to those may be appropriate in that same vein for the interim financial information, because ultimately the user's interests, if the determination that the auditor makes is that they are the same benchmarks, it may be the case that that is appropriately reflective of the circumstances of the interim financial information. Ultimately, it was really to avoid suggesting that it would be always appropriate to just take the exact same, I guess, normalization process at the interim date. And so that's why we discussed that in a later paragraph, but really to say the thought process for what materiality is and how to think about it doesn't change from when you do the audit to here. So I guess that was.
And I agree with that. And the thought process is much more focused on what is an appropriate benchmark. And so once you've put your mind around, well, is the benchmark that I use for my financial statements appropriate? And should I consider it? Then you will go into the percentage. And I think that flows automatically once we are pushing for, think about the benchmark that you use for your financial statements as a starting point. So I don't think we need the percentage here, because the thought process would be the same. Because once you have a benchmark, you still need to get that percentage that is appropriate for the circumstances. But the way I'm afraid that based on how it's written here, that the suggestion is, oh, this benchmark, I had 5% of PBT, so I'm going to use that for the interim financial statements as well. And I'm not sure that's right.
Amaro?
I think I made similar point in our discussions on Monday. I do not agree. I think we are missing the point that it's the benchmark. And at the end of the day, making it signaling that the percentage is the appropriate benchmark eventually, and it's not always the case. So I don't think it's necessary to add percentage here. I think it's not appropriate.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. And I think initially I had the same concern, but I then went back to ISA 320 and specifically the application material in A4 and A5, and it does use the same exact language. So I thought that separating the materiality concept from the audit and taking out the percentage might take away the alignment from how professional judgment is used in the materiality assessment. So that's how I got comfortable with the language of percentage, because I must have put that comment in about 4 times to take those words out until I went back to 320.
Billy?
Maybe just because I can see there's now a few board members that think percentage can come out. I think what the bigger thing is we may need to think about as well, and Ada, you've explained very well in terms of possible unintended consequence. I think the other unintended consequence that we need to be aware of is the message we want to make sure we get across is that materiality is determined in the context of the information on which you're going to report. And therefore, we cannot have a situation where auditors use the annual financial statement materiality for purposes of reviewing the interim financial information. That is just conceptually not right. And so if we can make sure that that unintended consequence also is addressed, then I don't care that much whether it's about a percentage or not. But that for us is was the other concern.
But Billy, in this case, does that call for maybe another sentence in application material?
Tom, I don't know that it's necessary to put it in the application material. It's something that could be discussed in an explanatory memorandum. To me, that's getting into the mechanics of a firm's methodology. And I think part of the reason the team was comfortable with this construct in A53, number one, these words are almost verbatim from a couple of firms' methodologies. I'll leave it at that. It is a may consider the same benchmark and percentage. So if a firm was only focused on the benchmark and had other guidance in terms of the appropriate percentage to use for the interim review, then that also would be fine. So that's also in looking at 320, as Wendy had said, that's how the team got comfortable with what was here. But do whatever the board thinks is necessary. Obviously, we can remove the and percentage from that last sentence, and if necessary, add a few words to make it clear that materiality is considered in the context of the information subject to the engagement.
Robert?
Yeah, I was going to say, I hear you, Edo, and I hear Mauro, but I was going to say the language as I read it doesn't prevent you at all using a new benchmark, whether it's a percentage or not. And if we were to take out percentage, the word percentage in this last sentence, how are we going to apply it in the first sentence? Because the first sentence starts out with percentage for a benchmark in the annual audit. So we might have to change this as well. I don't know. But I'm fine with this language because there are a lot of conditions like he doesn't have to. And I think at the end it's professional judgment. Thank you.
Neil?
Tom, I'm just trying to see if I can help on some of the drafting. So obviously use the same benchmark and percentage. Those things are tied very directly together. perhaps there's an opportunity just to split the percentage from the benchmark a little. So it's use the same benchmark and a percentage appropriate for a review engagement as the starting point. And now the annual benchmark and percentage aren't the exact point. That could get a little bit of daylight in the discussion.
Okay, I guess I would worry a little bit about a break in consistency with 320. And that was sort of what, but I also hear Lily's point about the unintended consequence, and maybe we could ask the team, Dan, maybe it's not a full sentence, but a few words that would mean that this doesn't necessarily mean you have to look at it in the context of the interim review engagement, not the audit. So, Xia.
Thank you, Tom. Also comment on this paragraph. I think I'm still not comfortable with the word starting point. It means it's not the end, but the following paragraph doesn't say, what you will do on top of that. So my suggestion would be that we make it clear that use the same benchmark and the percentage is one of the alternatives. And you may use other alternative approach to determine the materiality for interim review, which is deemed appropriate in the circumstances. So in that case, use the same benchmark and percentage is one of the scenarios or the possible ways. Thank you.
Sammy?
Yes, thank you, Tom. Since there are a number of questions around this paragraph, and instead of adding more wording, would it be a good idea to consider adding examples instead of adding wording to explain what exactly we are trying to say? So this is one thing. And the other thing, just further to Willie's comment that it's very important to consider materiality in light of the information being considered for the period. I just want to say that in interim financial statements, usually there is 2 periods. So there is the current quarter, and there is, for example, the 6 months period as well, and the same set of financial statements. So in this case, is it clear what the materiality would be? Would you consider the materiality for the whole 6 months period, or would you normalize that materiality to fit the 3 months period as well? Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. My sense is this is not a fatal flaw from this group, that the team can think through some of the options and come back to us in the redraft. But I guess the caution is about unintended consequence here. So if there's something to add, you can think about it. You got a couple of suggestions, but I don't think people are going to hold up this ED on this point, right? Okay. Let's move on.
Okay, thank you. We'll definitely reflect on that. Okay. So the next set of paragraphs relate to the changes made to paragraph 40 and 41, and I've flagged specific application material paragraphs where the more directly connected changes were made. Ultimately, the change made here was to introduce more direct connectivity between the requirements in 40 and 41, so that it is very clear that in a limited assurance engagement that is a review engagement that is performed by the auditor is coming into these engagement with a level of knowledge that they have from the ISAs, from having done an audit under the ISAs. And so they have a robust understanding of the entity that they are then updating and using everything that they learn to identify areas where material misstatements are likely to arise. That's in 40. And then in 41, it is then deemed appropriate to have that requirement be focused on designing procedures that would address those areas and those areas alone. And we thought that that was still consistent to achieve the objectives of an interim review engagement of getting to limited assurance. The changes in A63, A66 to A67 are partly directly connected to these changes and also support the changes related to paragraph 8, 11 and 15F1 because we cross-linked to application material in 67 and 67, A67 and A67A from the definition of review procedures. So I'll turn that back.
Okay, any comments on that? Hernan, thank you.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, team, for the work done. My comment is on paragraph 41. When you remove the previous text, you add the auditor shall design and perform inquiries, analytical procedure, and not other review procedures. I wonder if we could add perform primarily inquiries, analytical procedures, and if necessary, other review procedures to enhance the coherence with the paragraph 11 modified. Thank you.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. Just got to find the paragraph. A67A, I think it is. So there's no markups here, but I just wonder now that we've defined again review procedures, I just wondered where we say in light of the results of other inquiries and review procedures, whether we need the inquiries part, because inquiries is part of review procedures that we've defined. So just maybe have a look at whether, I wondered if it should just say the results of other review procedures. But just, yeah, if the team could just have a look at that wording, might be fine.
Robert?
I want to also touch upon 41 like Hernan, but in a different angle. We did reinsert the definition of review procedures. And now the question is, in 41, why don't we just use the term here? Because it's a defined term, review procedures. Yeah.
Okay, anyone else? Oh, Semi?
Just have a comment on A66. So we're saying in A66 that an interim review does not ordinarily involve performing test of controls or substantive procedures. Now, I guess in A67, we're saying if some other procedures are needed to be performed, like a reading of contract or something, then it should be done. So I'm not sure how much do we need A66? I mean, I'm just concerned that it might send a message that, well, don't extend your procedures beyond analytics and inquiries. I'm just concerned about the message that might send in here. Thank you.
Julia?
Thank you, Tom. So reading the updated content, it gives me the impression that actually auditors are required to obtain such an understanding at the same level as for an audit, which might not be practical in practice because typically, say, for example, for a half-year interim review, you've only got, say, 60 days from the balance sheet date to complete your review. So in such a short period, to require the auditor, in particular in an initial interim review engagement, to require the auditor to obtain such a level of understanding, which is the same for performing audit, I think it's a bit too challenging and too much. Of course, the auditors may decide to do that if they will, but to make it almost like a requirement may not be practical. Thank you. So my suggestion is can we leave it to the auditor's judgment in terms of the, extent of such an understanding? Thank you.
All right, so I'll come in, show you. I do not think that would be appropriate. It needs to be on the same basis, and if the 60 days are too short, then the auditor needs to start earlier. And to get that understanding, well, you will have been engaged by the entity before the end of the half year. So you do your understanding before that. That's going to be a significant point for me if this would be taken out. Thank you.
James?
Yeah, just on the discussion around paragraph 41, we've put the definition back in, which stresses that review engagement is predominantly or primarily review and analytic procedures. My slight concern about taking out the other review procedures in that paragraph 41 is you could underplay the requirement to do other procedures where they're actually required and necessary for you to complete your review engagement. I just think that risk that you kind of downplay the need for other procedures in some circumstances, I'd prefer to leave the language as it was.
People feel that. I'm sorry. I want, so, Jaya?
Yeah, I also would like to add on one more comment in terms of that such understanding, because to obtain those understanding, you need to not only make inquiries or analytical reviews, you will need to perform inspection, and for the design and implementation of controls, you will need to probably need to perform walkthroughs. All those procedures are beyond a review, right?
That's correct, but this is an interim review of the auditor of the financial statement. So this whole engagement is linked as an in-between between two audits. So it's different from a 2400 engagement. But yeah, anyway, you know my view. I appreciate your view as well.
Okay, Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. I just have I have a different question on 41. So I had this.
Could well, let's make sure that we have resolved this. Robert, do you want to come in on this? Yes. Okay.
I was going to gun in on both, but I start with this one. In my experience, being a preparer, we went exactly through the situation you were describing. And it wasn't even the 6 months interim period, it was a 3 months, the first quarter. And the new auditor taking over, he had to dig in deep and understand the control systems and everything. And I think this is what everyone, including those who are responsible for the governance of the company, audit committee and so forth, are expecting from this audit, from the review done by the new auditor. And there's been an exchange, a communication exchange with the previous auditor. He's digging into the working papers of the previous auditors. So it's an hassle for them, but they did it. And by the way, for the whole group, and not just for the parent company and so forth. So I'm here with Edo. I think this is quite an expectation, perception in the market to do this.
James, is that an attempt to come back in?
Ooh.
It's your first meeting. We've already noticed that. That's strike one for today. We at least we start the count each day. Okay, so I'm not gonna say there's camps here, but I think more people are aligned with the point of view that Ado put forward with the acknowledgement that there's a difference of view. Am I wrong here? I'm just trying to summarize where the board is, because you guys have to know what to do. Okay, is that clear? Okay, we'll invite other comments on this section. Wendy?
Okay. I did want to point out that regardless of what's in the review standard, initial first time through audit procedures would require that work anyway. It's not just for the review. But I have a question on 41, and it's the hanging addition here, including disclosures. And so that questions for me the definition of interim financial information. Doesn't it already include disclosures? So then why do we need it again here? But then go back and look at the definition, because I don't think it's might be clear. So that's my only comment. Let's just take a look at that.
Okay, any other comments on this section?
I just want to check with the team, because I think there's another issue that's outstanding. Certain people think that we should have 41 as inquiries, analytical procedures, and other review procedures. Others are suggesting just replace it with review procedures.
So can I just add something on that point? I did want to ask that as a clarifying question. James, you made a point which was part of our rationale for bringing back in the inquiries, analytical procedures, and other procedures was to not lose that notion. And the other reason was actually the analytical procedures themselves, that we agree, obviously, review procedures is a defined term that includes analytical procedures. But other than there otherwise wouldn't be an explicit requirement that includes the words the auditor shall perform analytical procedures anywhere before you get to 53, which admittedly is phrased as a when performing them. So that again, there's an implicit assumption, but we just thought making that explicit would also maybe be helpful to anchor that specifically.
I also think it was consistent with the tone of some of the discussions the other day about having a little bit more specificity there. Robert?
Yeah, I was gonna say something about 41 and F1, that is the reinserted definition. Coming back to your comment, James. F1 says the procedures, primarily inquiries and analytic procedures, which means it could be more, right? And then it says deemed necessary, so it could be more. So if we take this review procedure definition, F1, and insert it into, what is it, 41, for me, it would be clear, but I don't want to argue about it. It's just a direct reply to your comment. Thank you.
Billy?
Okay, this is not on this issue. I was just reflecting on what Sammy raised earlier.
Let's clear this issue first. So are people, I think you're getting a sense that the proposed inserted language is okay. Certainly, its inclusion is not a fatal flaw in the minds of most board members. Okay, now, Billy?
Sammy, I just want to see, you raised the point about A66. So firstly, I think A66, personally, I think is fine. I think it's a factual statement in the context of an interim review. However, would it help you if we move it? Because I get the point. We start by talking review procedures as designed to performed for purpose of obtaining evidence. In a group engagement, it is this. And maybe we should first talk about the circumstances in the interim review may vary. Talk everything about the interim review and then get to what is not required. It's not expected that you do test of controls and substantive as in an audit, which I think is just a factual statement together with the rest.
I agree. I mean,
Really, I had.
Yeah, sorry. I agree. I mean, it had been said all over the standard that primarily it's analytics and inquiries. So I don't see why do we need to repeat the same message again in A66.
Yeah, Billy, just in response to your point, I had just jotted down something similar in terms of having another look at the geography. It previously was a part of a longer paragraph, and in response to some offline comments, we separated it out. But now, having looked at it again and in reacting to Sammy's point, we'll have another look at the structure.
Okay, I think we can move on now.
Thank you. Okay, then we have brought back selected paragraphs to do with the sections on the work effort on fraud and going concern, really focused on 49 big A and 55. In relation to going concern, I won't say anything more. I think the changes hopefully make sense. But I'll take questions.
Okay. 49A and 55. Give people a moment. Wendy?
Just a question to the project team on 49AB. Are we still potentially looking at some additional application material for clearly inconsequential?
I can answer that. We did reflect on it. We went back to where the words clearly inconsequential came from. They are used in ISA 240 revised as is, and in the context of describing clearly trivial. And the ISAs, there's also references to matters that are clearly inconsequential. And so we're not intending for those words to be used in any other way. And so the broad principle in the preface of words that don't have a definition in a given standard are to be understood as in the ISAs applies. If that is a problem, thank you. Want to hear it.
Neil?
Thanks, Tom. I raised this query on yesterday or the day before on 49A little a. So fraud used to be dealt with in 50. 50 clearly says if you suspect something, this is where fraud was, then get an understanding of the nature and the act. 49A little a now says, if you suspect that there's a fraud, inquire of management. And management says, there's no fraud here. I'm done. But management's most likely the one that's committing the fraud. So we need the requirement to be more than just inquire of management. We need to do something similar to 50. The inquiry alone isn't appropriate when you suspect that there's fraud. And if they respond that there's no fraud, I don't even move to B. So I think that A needs more substance to it.
Yeah, Neil, I know you had raised that point previously, and the addition that's there in B was trying to respond a bit to that, and as well as providing some symmetry to the structure of the requirement for NOCLAR in 50. We'll maybe have to reflect on it a little bit more, and maybe offline we can chat with you. But it is an and. So it's not just the inquiry. You've got to do more. The only off ramp is if it's basically clear that it's clearly inconsequential from the inquiry. But if it's not that, you have to do more to make sure that there isn't a problem. You've got to obtain further information to now paint a picture of whether there could be a material effect, and that might lead you down the path of paragraph 60 and the deep dive. So the combination of all of that, in specifically the and in the requirement, I think led the team to think that this was an appropriate approach.
Neil, would it be helpful if 49A said, instead of inquire of management and those charged with governance, obtain an understanding about the matter? And then continue the rest of that sentence. And that understanding could be obtained through inquiry of management or those charged with governance. But if we don't specifically say that, we just refer to obtain an understanding.
I think it probably would help me that the inquiry just feels like it's too light touch versus the obtain an understanding. It could be inquiry, it could be something else, but I think that feels like it has more substance to it. And then it would be a mirror image of what happens in a no-class scenario.
Anna, were you wanting to come in here?
Yeah, ultimately, Sharon's suggestion is where I was going to go. I was going to share that it was what we had been trying to do was mirror the requirements of 55, 56, 57 in ISA 240 revised. That obviously start with obtaining the understanding, and we were translating that to the context of an interim review, which is why we started with inquiries. But Sharon has asked you that question already, so I think, thank you.
Hernan?
Thank you, Tom. My suggestion is on paragraph 55. Maybe to be coherent with the change in the paragraph 41, we could change the wording and replace as a result of inquiries in paragraph 53 and other review procedures performed just as a result of any review procedure performed, and not just refer to inquiries and other review procedures. If we want to include analytical procedures also in the other review procedures. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, back to the team.
Thank you. Okay. The next item is paragraph 59A and an associated application material paragraph. We heard loud and clear concerns that we had unintentionally extended the scope of what might be appropriate to do in an interim review engagement by unintentionally suggesting something more detailed than we had necessarily meant. We have now, I think, clarified that procedures are done at the group level, and the application material provides some guidance of how to think about what that might mean.
Nancy.
Thank you, Tom. My comment's actually on A89, so we're now skipping to A90, so that's why I want to bring back to A89. It was a point that I did raise, and I didn't see any suggested change there, and I think it is an important one. So if you were to go to A89, the issue there is that when you compare it to paragraph 104B, it's actually missing the concept of not. It's not to be earlier, because it's not the earlier of the 2 dates, but rather it cannot be earlier than the 2 dates. So perhaps if you can help me understand why you decide not to make a change.
So I just to answer, I guess, very direct, it's not that the changes that we turned yesterday are not all of the changes that are being processed in the background before tomorrow, and we have been making more changes, including, I believe, one to the matter that you're specifically talking about, if it's to do with the date of approval. These were just targeted matters that we were bringing back. But thank you. I take the point.
Okay. Any other comments on 59A and 96A? Okay, let's continue.
So the last point was going concern reporting. So we had obviously proposed, following board direction, it requires 98A, 99A. That would more closely for 98A reflect 570 revised. For 99A, be a specific consideration that is only relevant to interim review engagements. And what we heard was obviously this feels hard in construct. This feels too prescriptive. This feels not quite right. Can we think about something more akin, if we are making them akin to emphasis of matter paragraphs, can we be clearer about that? So we mirrored a proposed requirement 100A on the requirement that applies for the auditor to consider whether an emphasis of matter paragraph applies, but making it in relation to various matters related to going concern. We think that it is appropriate to have something of this structure because of the nature of the entities for whom these engagements are ordinarily performed. So the public interest lens would say it makes sense to emphasize this here, and it would remain consistent with the concepts in 570 revised. What we then did is change the application material a bit in A150 little a to sort of bring out some of the considerations, some of the scenarios that had previously been conditions for the previous conditional requirements that we proposed, to just have them as examples of scenarios in which the auditor may determine that this is the case. Of course, because it's application material, these are considerations, they are may determine, they are not requirements to do so.
Okay, comments on the reporting aspects of going concern. Bill?
I had what I think is a significant point, but it's not so significant that it would be a fatal flaw. So let me just preface it in that regard. And you just talked about some application material, which is a part of the solution. But what I think we've done here now is we've created an emphasis of matter to cover both the close call and the material uncertainty that's been resolved, and left it up to the auditor to determine whether to disclose either. And I think we are going to get inconsistent behaviour. Some auditors will disclose close calls, others will not. And it's that inconsistency that makes me think a clearer solution would have been to, because with the close call, that was in a full year financial audit report, it has to be, it is, it's not up to the auditor's judgment, it is disclosed. So I think we make a decision on both of them, whether if disclosure of a closed call is expected, then that's what we put in. If the matter has been resolved and we think it doesn't need to go in, we say that. So that's just my comment to avoid inconsistencies in reporting in practice, which is a bigger issue as we go on to talking about reporting generally, how often we use an emphasis of matter, which is up to the judgment of the auditor as a way of reporting, and whether that type of thinking and journey will lead us into inconsistent reporting.
Sammy?
I think I'm close to where Bill is, and this is why I have a suggestion for 100A. So 100A says if the auditor considers it necessary to draw users' attention to a matter related to going concern, then such and such disclosure in the report should be added. So I was thinking maybe if we start it differently, if we say something like, if a going concern related matter that is in the auditor judgment fundamental to the user's understanding of the interim financial information, then the auditor shall include a separate section in the interim review report. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg?
Thanks, Tom. So this was one area I was talking about the other day, and I was skeptical about the approach of deleting 2 paragraphs and then trying to come up with one. But my reading of this was that the team had done well to create this new paragraph and for it to cover these situations, and the close calls is an example. I think Bill raises a good point that potentially this could lead to inconsistency, but if you think of the flow and you compare what we've got in front of us here with the rest of the standards, and when we see it come back, there's quite a, I think, logical flow between 98, 99, 100, and then 100 and 100A, starting with the vanilla, nothing's come to the auditor's attention, then the material uncertainty that remains from the past, then a new material uncertainty, and then this paragraph, which is sort of anything else the auditor thinks they want to highlight. So to me, there's a logical flow now to what we've got here. It is a bit open, and I agree, Bill, that it could lead to inconsistency, but based on what we said a couple of days ago, we asked the team to go away and try and come up with something. I need to eat humble pie because I wasn't sure they were going to be able to do this, but I think they've done this well, and so I guess I'm prepared to accept a bit of inconsistency in the reporting, because I don't think too many auditors will use this anyway. Actually, like if there was a material uncertainty that's now gone away, I'm just not sure how often that will prompt, particularly if the entity's not disclosed it. Like if it's just back to normal, I don't know. I'm struggling with how much this particular paragraph will be used anyway, and therefore the extent of the inconsistency. But Bill does raise a good point. I think there is a potential. It is quite open, and it's professional judgment. The auditor will decide, and this auditor might do it different to that auditor. So I think that's a valid thing for us to think about. But I like what the team's done. They've dutifully followed what we asked them to do. And I think when you think of the logical flow of the whole standard in the reporting area here, I think they've pitched it where we asked them to. Thanks, Tom.
Anna?
Thank you. And I agree with Greg that you've brought it together nicely. I was just trying to read through the flow, because now these other circumstances give rise to the creation of a section called going concern. But that's already in the standard. Well, the section is already there because there's no material uncertainty. So I think my expectation would be that if these matters arise, you need to add something in the section going concern. And this is now written in the form of create a section of going concern. And and particularly the circumstance when the material uncertainty has gone away and it's not disclosed, there's no reference in the financial statement. So you get much more towards another matter. So to the extent that the auditor can address it in the going concern section, give a little bit more freedom for the auditor to raise attention to the point. That's what I was expecting, and now it's still hinged upon a reference to the financial reporting framework. And Amaro rightfully reminded me of the illustrative material of the IFRS or the IAASB in this context, and that to some extent applies to interim financial information as well, but maybe not as strongly. So I'm not sure all these disclosures are going to be there, and I think some of our board members made a comment, a reference to related disclosure of the interim financial information, if any. I think that would apply here quite quickly. But so I'm not sure I make sense in the way the construct. It feels a little bit odd. You draw upon the right things, and I love the application material. And I think in response to Bill's question, I think the application material is quite specific, that if those circumstances are there, the auditor needs to think long and hard why not to include it. So I think the balance is quite right here. Thank you.
Philly? Anna?
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to maybe try and see if also, I guess, ask a clarifying question too. So I appreciate the, I guess, support for the following the direction that we were given. The question I suppose that is on my mind is when we were thinking about how to redraft it, we had a context of interim review engagements are very much focused on providing an update from the audit. So that was continually the starting point. And so I guess the initial drafts of 98A and 99 big A, they were both conditional on the circumstances existing. So 99A was very much, there had been a material uncertainty and they've been, and there are now those, sorry, I've now got 99A in front of me. For 98A, it was very much if there are close call scenarios and the disclosures have been made in accordance with the framework, and it is a publicly traded entity. So only in those circumstances would you be in this requirement where an emphasis of matter would apply. And then in 99A, it was again similar. If disclosures existed, that would apply, which is why we restricted 100A to only those matters that had been disclosed. So then I guess my clarifying question for Ada is whether I've heard you right. You mentioned another matter paragraph, or maybe not anchoring it so much to disclosures or introducing the notion that it could be disclosures, if any. And we might have to, yeah, I don't know that we've thought about that part.
Yes, so yours is very much anchored on disclosures being there. And I think it also needs to capture circumstances when it's not disclosed and the auditor thinks it's important for the users of the interim financial information to be aware of it.
I'm just trying to compare it with the 570 scenario, because in 570 that works, because you are required to also then explain how did you evaluate management's assessment of going concern. But here, if the disclosure is not there, what would you require the auditor to then say? I think that's what the team has been struggling with.
Sorry, maybe just to add on that, again, it was anchoring on an interim review. We are providing the review conclusion on what is presented, and we are not requiring in the work effort side for the auditor to make their own judgments of it. And so I suppose the question that I was wrestling with when you just said that was, if the auditor believes it's important and needs disclosing, and it hasn't been disclosed, is that adequate? Like, is that adequate? And would the auditor not be led down another path to say, perhaps there's inadequate disclosure in the context of the
Yes,
international
and I like where you're going, Anna. I made a comment before that we're not overly clear on what an expectation of a disclosure would be in these circumstances. And so we could put application material there as well in alerting the auditor, this is what you may want to expect in these circumstances. Or if, so if a material uncertainty has now been resolved, that's whether to what extent we can raise an expectation that you would expect the entities to say something about it. I think most entities will, because they would love to say, look at what we've done, it's solved. But if not, you're putting the auditor in a difficult position.
I'm not sure we resolve this issue, but I do think the team will just take it back. And we'll have a chance to review the reflections in the proposed ED draft. Okay. Is that?
So that was it. We got to 6 of 6. So thank you.
Okay. Well, we used up a lot of time. Dan?
Tom, just to touch all the bases, there was one additional change in paragraph 86, in 86D little 3B, and the change was there. principally just to align the wording better with the wording in paragraph 11. And we presume that the board members would be okay with that, just for the consistency, but just so that the team can get the comfort that board members have no comments on that particular change. And by the way, the reference there to and evaluating the evidence obtained was just wording that is taken from the similar requirement in 2400. And obviously is a factually correct statement.
Okay, I think you're. Okay, so a little bit more work to do, but not so much. And we look forward to getting the revised draft back. Okay, we're going to give us a little bit of time to change the teams over. What I suggest right now is that we reconvene at 9:45, which means I'm probably going to cut your other break a little bit shorter too, which is fine. We don't need that many breaks, but it gives time for people to switch their papers over and get the team to the table. So let's reconvene at 9:45 a.m. Yes. Can we get seated again, please? Okay, could we get back to the table and ready to go? Okay, we are now turning to audit evidence and risk response. We have sort of 4 sections scheduled today, with some breaks in between. I've already warned you that will be a little bit truncated on one of the breaks. I also know that Josephine, who is what I call she's the FBPM, the former board project member, has joined us, and Ada, the other board project members here next to me, but the team's at the table. You've had a nice quiet quarter, clearly, since we met last. Nothing to see here, but we have a lot to go through. Kalina, I don't know if you heard, I gave some introductory comments earlier this morning. I think everyone has come in with ideas and solutions and knows that this is the time to raise all substantive comments, and we'll provide any written comments by the 31st of this month as well. So I'm going to turn it over to you, and here we go.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning, everybody. And we have a full day on audit evidence and risk response. Just a few introductory remarks and slides before we start with the walkthrough. So Michelle, if we can go to the next slide, please. So the slide before, we met in New York City. Many thanks to the team. We have there on the picture and here in the room, Fadi, Edo, Susan, Christy, Anna, Megan, and Josephine with us virtually. Thank you, Josephine, for joining us. If we move to the next slide, just a brief overview what we have been doing since last time we spoke. So we have coordinated with other IAASB projects. Just to mention a few, we met on several occasions with the technology management quality work stream. We spoke to our colleagues of the 500 projects. There's a lot of topics of mutual interest and the relevance, overlaps between these projects. So all of those conversations were ongoing. As usual, every quarter we go to the technology consultation group to seek their input and guidance. So we did that again. Great thanks to all members for providing feedback. There was project-specific stakeholder meetings, and also the audit evidence and risk response project was discussed as part of the general outreach program. Billy mentioned yesterday a few feedback that were received from such meetings, and some concerns there and suggestions for way forward. To mention also is that we did hear from the S&P AG in the letter that they circulated just before our meeting. And let me highlight a few matters from that letter that are maybe worth keeping in mind as the board deliberates further on the draft standards. The S&P AG had some overarching concerns with ISA 500, proposed ISA 500 revised. The first concern is the length of the standard, noting that it's a much more lengthy standard than what is in extant. There was also a perception of moving to a control-based approach in terms of evaluating relevance and reliability. And the third point that they mentioned around the overarching concerns with 500 is the work effort to evaluate information as relevant and reliable rather than to consider. Stating that that may have unintended consequences for audit quality because auditors may seek to limit the information obtained to use as audit evidence to manage work effort. Let me just, maybe this is a good point to remind the board that our ISA 500 was exposed as part of the audit evidence project, and that evaluation was one of the key changes that was proposed for the requirement there in terms of the step up from consider to evaluate. The board already received the feedback on that, and I think deliberations were made further to the ED in terms of what does that evaluation mean in terms of documenting the work effort and further refinements to the draft. The last point from the SMPAG committee is their comment with respect to the consequential amendment to paragraph 824 of ISA 200 that allowed auditors to accept documents and records as authentic. And they ask, in general, they could support this, provided further application material is added, particularly some of the application material that was developed as part of the proposed, the revisions to proposed 240, meaning that the auditor does not actively perform procedures, I think, they quote the paragraph. So with that, if we move to the next slide, and I'll spend some time talking on this slide. What we did since last quarter, once we had our feedback from the board, we started to think about the collective revisions of the integrated project and what do they mean. And we came up with the most significant key revisions and what are the outcomes of those revisions. And why we did this is in order to have to see how this all comes together, to give us a roadmap in terms of how do we consider all of these outcomes that we want to see on the slide feature into our standards. We thought it would be helpful for the board to keep to remain mindful of these key outcomes that we set out to achieve. And while we are deliberating the proposals, it would be good to know whether what we are putting forward to the board today really helps to achieve these outcomes. So the narrative sits in the issues paper. Also, it's rather on the lengthy side, but we are talking here about revisions of 3 key standards. So we thought it's better to put a little bit more at this point. We will further refine that narrative and work on a more streamlined approach that we could possibly use to communicate what these changes mean to our stakeholders and in the documents that the board will be issuing along with the exposure draft. Just very briefly, 5 key outcomes here centered around the objectives that the board set out to achieve. The first one is a comprehensive framework underpinning auditors' judgments about audit evidence. Highlights in this area that we thought are important by the collective revisions is that the revisions recognize the cumulative body of audit evidence obtained and how it contributes to the sufficiency and appropriateness. So all audit evidence counts, and that is an important feature that the standards aim to promote. There has been also clearer linkages between the auditor's responses to assessed risks and the work effort performed as part of risk identification and assessments, and obviously a lot of alignment of terminology and a more coherent approach that could support an appropriate work effort from the auditor when applying these standards. In this big bucket of actions that the board did, there's also a new architecture for our standback requirements, how they fit in the ISAs, and obviously a scope for inclusion of such requirements going forward in this body of standards. We also have an enhanced audit evidence framework and a new definition for audit evidence, and all of that sits in 500, including a strengthened evaluation of the information intended to be used as audit evidence by considering the source and the attributes, which are new features for our standards. Professional skepticism, which is the second box, has been also enhanced in a number of occasions through requirements, application material, and introductory material. We also have clarified the work effort around authenticity of information and done enhancements both to proposed 500, including the conforming amendments into 200 around that issue. In the middle box, the yellow one, is one of the key themes was the strengthening the auditor's work around internal controls. And the main themes here have been looking at the definition of test of controls, broadening its scope so it can be utilized for more than addressing an assertion level ROM. This allowed us to build a framework in 500 that testing of controls can be used. Obviously, not the only approach, but it can be used in terms of evaluating relevance and reliability of information, which is a new feature that was implicit in our standards, but now it is explicit through requirements and supporting application material. We also did a number of changes to elevate or enhance a control-based approach. For example, clarifying when a controls alone approach would be appropriate to address an assertion level ROM, retaining and clarifying some of the requirements that we had around when substantive procedures alone are insufficient, and also around thank you, that's fine. Also around using audit evidence from a previous period and other things that are listed in the paper. I will not go through all of them, but Anna will for sure when she's doing the walkthrough. The green box there is about facilitating the performance of robust substantive procedures in response to risk of material misstatement. A number of changes in this area, and I'll just mention a few. Clarifying the approaches towards performing substantive procedures, definitions for substantive analytical procedures and for test of controls, and also enhancing the performance of a robust risk assessment instead of mandating substantive procedures. In a technologically evolving environment, there is a lot of work that auditors currently do in the risk assessment, and as I mentioned, all evidence counts. So risk assessment audit evidence has its value, and all of those enhancements have been highlighted in several areas, including the enhancement of the standbacks in 315, recognizing in 520 explicitly that analytical procedures and the results of those procedures should be considered in terms of identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement, and many other features. Strengthening the work effort for substantive analytical procedures in terms of what do these procedures entail? What is the precision level? On what kind of information they're based. So clarity around all of those approaches, but still in a cohesive manner, which allows the auditor to use the audit evidence that they have, because it counts towards sufficiency and appropriateness. And the last area where this team focused in the last year is the enhancements around facilitating and encouraging the use of technology. Clarifications around terminology, the replacement of automated tools and techniques with our new term, technological tools, a description of what they mean, and also going along the path of not proposing requirements in this area that would apply conditionally or otherwise, in view that our standards already have principles that could apply equally when applying technology or not. And pursuing application material, which we will discuss in our discussion today around addressing and facilitating and encouraging the appropriate use of technology. So these are the key outcomes. As again, it's a narrative that we put together. We spent some time collectively brainstorming what are the outcomes. And Bill, thank you very much. One of the things that prompted us to actually think about this was your comment last time, which said, what are the 5-6 outcomes that you want to achieve? So we were very thankful for that comment, provoked some thinking amongst the team. And you have a comment, so Tom.
Yeah. Bill? Yeah.
Really just going to agree again and say things like this are really helpful. And in fact, the way you've just described it verbally, it goes into some quite specifics or other practical points. And so I think when we get to the end of this journey and the EDs go out, a communication to that degree would be really helpful, I think. And the more specific about, I mean, auditors going to say, tell me what are the things to do differently? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think this is an important step. I believe we could continue to refine the story too and make clear, but I think when you think about all the work that we're doing here, and this is an intentionally complex engagement and should be foundational, we want to make sure that people could see and we can see the forest from the trees. And this is a really helpful step to get not just us in a consistent frame of mind, because we're going to ultimately have to stand back when we approve the ED and say, have we accomplished these objectives, and be held accountable to that. But then it gives stakeholders the opportunity to assess whether we've been successful with the changes. So thank you, Kalina and team, for doing this.
Thank you, Tom. And with that, we have 3 standards and conforming amendments to walk through. If we move to the next slide, I think we can move on to the walkthrough, and I'll hand over to Anna. Just before I do so, we've kind of divided the standards among the team, and the idea is to walk through the paragraphs as in the order that they're presented in Appendix 3 of the issues paper. And we have some slides to guide us through that walkthrough. So Anna, over to you.
Sorry. Thank you, Kalina. And that is what this slide says. I will not have any preamble to this, and we can just jump in. The first standard we'll start doing the walkthrough for is proposed ISO 330 revised. And so I will be doing that part first. Very little setup for the changes on the initial few paragraphs, from paragraphs 1 to 5, and application material on A0A to A3A. Really, these were ultimately all of the changes that are reflected in here, we believe, were the ones that were responsive to board comments received on previously discussed issues. So here, for example, the main change in paragraph 4 related to clarifying a matter in the definition of test of details, and the changes to the application material that accompanies it relate really to supporting the clarity of how these apply. So I'll pause here for comments on these paragraphs.
Okay, paragraphs 1 through 5 up to A3A2.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, the team, for the work done. My point is about paragraph 4C, the definition of the test of detail. I wonder if we could specify the definition of each specific item, or maybe replace each specific item with individual items selected from a population of transaction accounts, balances, or disclosures, because specific items could be read as just individual items and not a population of items, and that could be more restrictive than we are intended. Thank you.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks to the team. This is a very impressive piece of work. I just want to focus firstly on A2. So there's quite a few track changes in here, and I get what this paragraph's trying to do, but I tripped up on the phrase "because these components" in about the middle of the paragraph of A2. So you start reading A2 and it's a bit of a mixture of entity sort of focused things and auditor type focused things. And then we say these components, and I was confused as to what we were talking about. So just have a wee look at that wording and just, but the ideas are good. And so let's not lose any of the ideas, but it's just that phrase. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on 1 to 5? Robert, then Wendy.
Also, test of details. 4C. In my memory, we discussed this in our last meeting. And in my memory is we asked you to consider a description instead of a definition. I don't know. But by reading A, B, and C, starting out with A, substantive procedures, it gives reference to test of details. Then I land in C and test of details, and it makes reference to substantive procedures. It is like a circular. And for me, it seems a little odd, but this is my instant comment here. Beyond this, we will provide you with additional offline comments later after the meeting then. Thank you.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. And I'm going to proceed with the niceties. I really applaud the project team and the enormous efforts. In my mind, you guys are akin to an all-star baseball team, but that's probably a little American, or a rock star, or rock stars, and I can come up with a catchy name for the band if you'd like. In all seriousness, I salute your extraordinary efforts on this integrated project. I appreciated the objectives that were put out again. And, you know, it's been quite a journey. I feel like it's been my entire time on this board. And I think, you know, we're getting closer to the end than where we started, which was an ED 500 that went out and then put on the shelf to come back with this. In my view, these standards are the most critical to auditing, meaning ISO 330 and ISO 500, which is why this is such a hard project, plus, of course, starting with ISO 315. So making them integrate and work it's really difficult. And I have to say, I really appreciate the efforts. And naturally there are challenges to doing that. And as we go through the standards, I may have some comments that address that. I just wanted to come in on 4C. I have some of the similar concerns that Robert has. And I think Hernan mentioned, and I have drafting edits that I can send your way before March 31st. Thank you.
Okay. Four B keeps on coming up. 4C, I mean, keeps on coming up. Seems like we've talked about this quite a bit, and that the staff has acted on previous decisions here. So I guess, is the sense of the board different than it was in the past? Kalina, do you want to reflect on?
Yes, just wanted to respond to Hernan and ask something from Robert to understand the concern. Hernan, individual items was considered. Why we are not using individual items, there is a practicality around that. You have a definition of a sampling unit that sits in 530 that talks about individual items with supporting application material that describes them as monetary or, it says it's physical items or monetary units. If we were to use individual items, we would have to conform that. And that's a definition in another standard. So I think we had this explanation in our issues paper previously because it has been coming up quite some time. Just want you to have comfort that we've looked at that one, and this is the solution that we've come up with without disrupting other standards that has many consequences. And Robert, to your point, if I understand correctly your circularity objection, it is that the substantive procedure definition describes its purpose, and then the definition of test of details links to that purpose by calling out a substantive procedure. And this is causing the perceived circularity in that case, or is it something in addition to that? Because the test of details, the purpose of the test of details sits in the substantive procedure definition. The test of details is the approach how you achieve that purpose. So there is that slight nuance there, which I'll let Anna further elaborate on, if you wanted to come on.
I was going to, but really couldn't think that up.
Okay.
I suppose one just thing that I was going to add to that was that the way that I also could explain this to myself was that substantive procedures, we're saying substantive procedures includes these two things. And so then starting the definition of test of detail by saying a test of detail, you're in this broader bucket of substantive procedures. So that's also all that that's really anchoring back to. But yeah, it's really to achieve what Kalina is describing.
Yeah, and we have the similar thing in 520 when we define substantive analytical procedures. It's just stating the fact. It's a substantive procedure, but the one involves X and the other one involves B. The other thing that we need to settle, I think, is we keep on going in circles around definition or description. Remember, don't look at the definition in isolation. Remember, we have now opened up what is included. It's not just comprising this, it can include more than this. We have given recognition to the fact that analytical procedures performed together with test of controls or test of details can also contribute to your accumulation of evidence. Those are big changes that we've made, which I think actually makes it even more important that we are now clear on what we mean by test of details. And then if you just look at it logically, I mean, here we have these terms, risk assessment procedures, further audit procedures that include substantive analytical procedures, test of details, test of controls. We define all of them, and then we get to this one, everybody says, no, don't define. It just doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't we define it? And then we are not being restrictive. We are saying test of details, substantive procedures include those two things. And you can take credit for the evidence that you're going to get by performing other procedures with these things. But I think the fact that we've opened it up makes it even more important that we define what it is.
Neil?
Thanks, Tom. Philly, the point around include, I like it. It's what I wanted. You talk about it being a big change. I see it as being a super subtle change. It kind of hides away a little bit. And so the feeling that you have about how big that change is, that's really going to need to be explained, because I don't think everyone gets it when they read that definition, that they see that word include opens it up as widely as you've described. And so the explanatory memorandums, et cetera, that we put out, unless you attach application guidance somewhere else, I don't think that readers see it as big as what you've described. So I like it, I understand it, but I think it's more subtle than what you've expressed.
So Neil, I would agree with you. It is subtle because we cannot think of anything else than these two approaches. And for us to explain something that we don't know what it is, it's very difficult, as you may say. Maybe it's a good question for our stakeholders in the explanatory memorandum. Tell us if there's another approach. We know about test of details verification, to Willy's point. We know about SAP predictive. Is there anything else that's going on? Maybe a good question for respondents. So I would tend to agree with you. It is opened up, and we've spent And we will highlight definitely something in the explanatory memorandum. But to put something in the standards that we don't know what it is, it's a big ask from this team.
Wendy?
Sorry, Kalina, if you wouldn't mind, can you explain why we didn't use individual item again? Because my edit actually does use that terminology.
Sure. So Wendy, if you look at the definition of sampling unit in 530, that is defined as the individual items constituting a population. So it is used in the context of sampling unit. And then if you look at the explanatory memorandum material to that definition, it talks about physical items or monetary units, which is too limiting for a test of details. So if we were to use individual items in our test of details, we have to go in 530 and do some changes there to this material, which is possible, but not optimal.
But for the moment, you're satisfied with the response or not?
Thank you, Tom. In the definition of substantive procedures, I know that we have changed the verb include or comprise by include. It is intended or is just yes? We are trying to say that it's not limited just to analytical procedures and test of details.
This was the big discussion at our last board meeting, if I remember, or the one even preceding, because this other category, we didn't want to be limited into the future, so it was deemed as an important word change to have.
Okay. And the other point is, I understand that we are trying avoid repeating definition in other standards. However, I think that the definition of analytical procedure could be useful to be included in the text, or maybe if we remain the footnote, we could add the paragraph in the 520 of the definition to facilitate the location of the definition. Thank you.
Yes, not ideal. We talked about this in our past board meetings. Ideally, you would want to have everything in one place, but we followed CASP in this case. Once you have a standard that has something in the requirements, this is where the definition sits. This footnote, we can add the paragraph. Thank you. That I think is a very good suggestion. But we don't repeat definitions in multiple standards. So we either need to put the definition in 330 and then 520 doesn't have a definition, or the other way around. And I think the board deliberated that this is what works, but we'll add the footnote. Thank you.
Okay. There's a few people have spoken here, but the great majority of the board have not spoken on definitions. My read of that is that people are happy with the approach. And particularly this whole point of keeping a specific definition of test of details, which we, I think, have spent probably about an hour of board time previously on this topic too. So I think while we had a good discussion here, that we should feel comfortable with leaving 4C in, and with some desire to point to it in any explanatory memorandum. Is that a fair summary? Okay. Definitions for some reason always consume a large portion of our time. Okay, Wendy. Yeah, I hope it's because you had the rock group name, or.
I don't yet, but I'm going to work on it. But you might be more creative than I am. Definitions, where you were at it is definitions seem to take an extraordinary amount of time. And one of the things that we've talked about at this board is global consistency. So the only other caution I have is, across different jurisdictions, are we creating different definitions? And that's probably not what we want to do. I haven't done the research, but I just want to put that caution out there.
So Wendy, when you're saying global consistency, we have looked at the PCOB standards, and we have tried to align, for example, in certain, I think they do align. The only thing is that the PCOB has gone for a description. We have a definition that we're exposing here. Why this is important? Because when we were doing our outreach, and I think this material was presented to the board, there is different interpretations amongst firms, what they understand to be a test of details and a substantive analytical procedure. So there is space for standard setting action here to bring that consistency that is needed. A second point is thinking through these approaches, how you gather evidence. They have a direct impact on the extent and the sufficiency. And sufficiency is in our camp here, in our objectives embedded. So once you think about the impact to audit quality and the impact for consistency, the logical conclusion is that there is space for this board to present what they mean by these approaches at a broad level, keeping in mind that technological evolution and not inhibiting it. So collectively, all the changes aim to do that. So the substantive procedure definition is now an include to give the open door for something else that may happen. And then what we have now is clarified what we mean by it. And that has a direct impact on consistency and audit quality. So we would like to expose what we have, hear from our respondents, and see, maybe even ask some probing question to Neil's point. Is there anything else? And then present to the board what we've heard.
Okay. I think we've dealt with requirements 1 through 5.
Thank you. I don't know why I thought that was going to be the less timely. So the next paragraphs are those related to audit procedures responsive to the assessed risks or material misstatement at the assertion level, so 6 through 7. In the requirements, very little change, something that might be perceived as cosmetic, but isn't. It's very important. We're responding to assessed risks of material misstatement to really emphasize that distinction between identified and assessed risks of material misstatement. You're designing procedures to address the assessed risks in 6A. In the application material, we made a number of revisions in track changes, and these were really driven from the previous discussion around the table around the use of test of controls as an audit procedure that may in fact enable the auditor to conclude that the effectively implied audit risk at the assertion level for an assertion is at acceptably low level only by performing test of controls. So we made some revisions to try and make clear the basis for this and the circumstances in which this may be an appropriate determination. And otherwise made some, I'll say, CUSP-related enhancements or revisions to modernize the language from the standard that was revised, that hasn't been revised for 20 years. So aligning with terms in 315 and so on. In A19A is the only other one I would draw specific attention to, which was, and A19AA and A19AB, which related to specific considerations around significant risks and procedures to respond to significant risks of material misstatement. And those were introduced to reflect a previous discussion around whether it would, what the appropriate level of revisions was to better guide auditors to really think about the operating effectiveness of controls in response to significant risks and how, whether or not that is appropriate to do so, and really enhance linkages between standards. So I think I'll pause there.
Okay, Nancy.
Thank you, Tom. So my comment is in the application material and it's paragraph A4A. So it's a fairly long paragraph with many other factors to be considered, but in essence, it's talking about using test of controls alone to support the fact that we have sufficient appropriate audit evidence. So when we say, like the way it's constructed, in certain circumstances, it may be appropriate for this test of control alone to be good enough. The sense is that it may be a little bit too broad, and that it may be setting too low a threshold to for people to be able to, for practitioners to be able to use test of controls alone and be able to say, now I have sufficient appropriate audit evidence. So I think it's important for it to be more restrictive. When you say in certain circumstances, what do you mean by that? And then in tandem, that second sentence, this may be the case. I guess you want people to be able to bring that inherent risk of material misstatement at an assertion level down to an acceptably low level. So you need to be able to do that. So it's not so much it may be the case, you may need to connect it with that first sentence. So in other words, the concern is that it's too low a threshold to be able for people to back into using test of controls alone and be done. So that's the first part of the comment. The second part of the comment relating to this paragraph is the lead into the various factors there. So here we remove the may consider. It reads like something that you need to do, as opposed to the may consider. I think I read a nuance into that. And there is no conjunction, so it's 4 different bullets. So does it mean that it's cumulative? We have to consider all of them, or should be considering all of them? Or are they on a standalone basis? So maybe clarify that, would be helpful as well. Thank you.
Neil?
Thanks, Tom. Just on on paragraph 6, we talk about the auditor shall design and perform further audit procedures. And then the next section leads into test of controls. My sense is the further audit procedures may need some clarification, that the further audit procedures could be test of controls and substantive procedures, or a combination thereof, so that it'll flow better into the next section on test of controls.
Is she here?
Thank you. My comment, paragraph A4A. My comment relates to responding to risk of material misstatement at the assertion level through test of controls alone. Paragraph A4A provides example of circumstances in which it may be possible to address such risks solely through test of control. It also illustrates the type of scenarios addressed and the extent to which controls are expected to be sufficiently precise. However, it is unclear how this differs from dual-purpose tests. I consider that the audit evidence obtained from such tests of control could also serve as evidence for substantial procedures. Therefore, it would be helpful to clearly clarify the distinction from dual-purpose tests. And I have concern as to whether it is difficult to respond to risk of material misstatement at the assertion level solely through test of control without performing substantial procedures. In this example, in paragraph A4A, in order to address the occurrence and accuracy assertion for payroll, a test of automated calculation of payroll expenses based on automatically applied rate and hours worked would be necessary. Accordingly, I think careful consideration is needed before accepting scenario where assertion level risk are addressed solely through test of controls. Thank you.
Do you want to respond?
Maybe to go back on this point specifically and just ask more widely. So of course, the application material, and this will touch somewhat on your point, Nancy, the application material that was introduced to reflect what was a previous decision based on discussions, I believe last March, might have been June, around the board having landed on being comfortable that in certain circumstances, test of controls alone would be an appropriate response to identified and assessed effectively inherent risks of material misstatement because of the combination of your risk assessment procedures, where you've confirmed then that your controls are operating effectively, could land an auditor to conclude that in their judgment, the residual risk is at the acceptably low level. And so really what the application material was trying to do was, without saying this is a requirement in all circumstances, without actually adding anything else to the requirement because it was already embedded in the requirement to perform further procedures, to really just provide an explanation of things for the auditor to think about in the circumstances where they're considering these matters. And so I guess the reason that it is a list of factors to consider was intended to be just a list of matters that we had identified from discussion with firms, with the board previously, on what kinds of circumstances our test of controls sort of really robust and what circumstances around risk might make a risk, an appropriate risk to be responded to in this way, and really thinking about the persuasiveness of the evidence that you would obtain from test of controls. And so I guess I just wanted to reflect on what I'm hearing is maybe implicitly in one case and very explicitly is this concern. And I just wanted to make sure that the view hadn't shifted, because that is what we've...
So I think it could be almost disaggregated into different elements. Has the board changed, as a result of seeing this, has the board changed its position that test of controls by themselves could be sufficient in pretty prescribed certain circumstances? I think that was the first big point. Then the question is, have we described the circumstances in the application materials adequately? And then thirdly, are the application materials drafted in such a way that would be helpful for people to do it, right? That's the order that I think we want to see, like, and where, if there's a sense of discomfort, we have to make sure that we're not, which is always possible. People could say, like, now that I've seen it in writing, we don't agree with the fundamental decision, which is, but if it's more of the latter two, then it's a question of, have we drafted it right? Nancy?
Thank you, Tom, and thanks for the clarification. I don't think it's suggesting a change in position, so that's not where I'm going. I'm just troubled with the drafting in the A4A itself. So, Tom, it's in the letter category that you're talking about, and if the team can take it away and reflect on that, like, it needs to be more restrictive. Otherwise, I worry about how did Willie put it, in unintended consequence that people might read too much into the application material and go there too quickly without thinking when it would be appropriate. Thanks.
You want to come in, Adam?
Yes, thank you, Nancy. And Tom and Anna reflected on it as well. I think the direction of the board that that the project team has worked out is in line with what we discussed before. I fully appreciate there's some uneasiness around this new option that we now have in our toolbox, and fully appreciate comments of, okay, but the guardrails need to be there, and have we got that right? And we look forward to suggestions in how to make that sufficiently strong for people to be comfortable in that area. But I don't think at this point in time we would divert from the board decision that we took previously.
So I guess my sense is, and I'll ask others, not try to limit conversation here, is that this is about getting the application material right to make sure that the guardrails and the circumstances where we would say it being alone sufficient is okay, right? Am I reading this right? Jayu?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Yeah, I also would like to talk about this example. I think it's not the kind of a test of control only scenario which I expect to see in practice. Actually, normally, even if it's highly relying on automated controls, typically we will perform some substantive analytical procedures on the payroll cost in our audit. So I think the example need to be, changed to provide a more convincing scenario where the test of control alone is possible. Thank you.
James?
Guards down, by the way. So again, it's about A4A. I think I can get there conceptually on the body of the application material. It makes sense. I think the problem is describing more of those scenarios that we're thinking about in order to create the guardrails or the opportunity to actually take advantage of this if it's a more efficient way of getting an audit done. I've got some specific comments on the example you've used, but I'll send those offline. I just think we need to be ready when this comes out to be a bit more expansive about the kinds of specific scenarios that we need. Otherwise, we've kind of got a conceptual opportunity to do something different in an audit, but probably a reluctance to take advantage of it or an overeagerness to take advantage of it. So I think that's the bit that needs managed.
Thank you for going first, because I agree with those comments. If I remember from Reach Out on this, we've gone pretty much full circle, but we also may end up in a place where I did hear feedback that firms probably won't take advantage of using controls only, but I agree with what we need to do on it. My comment, my original reason for raising my 10 card was on 7C. And it's now I've got to go back and find the comments because I went to the application material. And it's just in the flow, and I recognize nothing changed here, but when I went through it and reread it, I'm wondering why C is inherent risk and not risk of material misstatement. And I'm also wondering if we could just, I don't know what plan to obtain means, and I couldn't really find it in any other standards. So I was thinking it could just be the auditor shall obtain more persuasive evidence the higher the auditor's assessment of RMM is. So consider that, respond to it. Just wanted to make that comment.
I know, would you like to come back in?
Yes, and my previous response was in connection with the discussion we had. So I think we're now on 6, and the outreach that I've done last week, and that touches a little bit upon, and I think Neil offers a solution in that area. It also links with the, I think with the optics. The SMPAG also made a comment on that it's very controls focused, and it gives the impression that the substantive route is significantly discouraged. And whilst that's not the case, if you read the letter, the optics may be as such. So the optionality in the approach, and I like Neil's suggestion up front before we get to test of controls, because now this is what you need to do, controls testing. And then we get into substantive testing. So if that optionality could be drawn out before we go into controls testing, I think that will ease people's minds without changing what we actually require in the standard. And another comment I got, and I haven't checked whether I agree with it or not, but I thought at least raise it here, is that in 6 we are specific as to assess risk of material misstatements at the assertion level. Throughout the standard, we use a responsive to ROM, and other times it needs to be responsive to assertions. And are all of those intentional? Do we understand why it's different in some circumstances? And As I said, I haven't gone back to that level of extent, but it's something the project team can hopefully take into consideration into the next version. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ido. Okay, so we're gonna have, yeah, Shia?
Just add on what Wendy said in terms of 7C. I also have the similar question on why we use inherent risk here. And if you read together with this paragraph together with 9, when we talk about more persuasive evidence for test of control, I think it's a bit confusing. So I would agree to go back to ROM, at the ROM level, not individually at a inherent risk and the control risk level. Thank you.
Thank you. I can try and explain and see if it helps and it not take it away. On the comment that I think Ado and Neil, if I go there on the notion of further audit procedures, is your suggestion to draw that out in the requirement itself to say design and perform further audit procedures, which may be either or a combination of something along those lines. Okay, we can reflect on that. Thank you. On the question specifically, Wendy, that you asked and show you've picked up as well, I can explain the change that was previously done. Well, first of all, plan to obtain is intended in sort of, I'll say, plain English language, because at this point, this requirement is formed in the context of in designing the further audit procedures. So you're coming up with your plan and your design of procedures. So you're planning to obtain. I think previously the word intend may have been in a different paragraph, but really that was just, the intent was to link it with, this is the design, not performing, and for the design, you are not obtaining it. The reason that it was brought to be linked to the inherent risk on the spectrum rather than the, I'll say, implicit combined assessed risk was primarily because further audit procedures we've said include test of controls, and the assessment of control risk assumes that you will, in a way that lowers your risk of material misstatement, assumes that you will perform test of controls as a further audit procedure, or rather requires you to do so. And therefore, that evidence in combination with substantive evidence from substantive procedures is arguably also more persuasive than evidence for an inherent risk that starts at a low level and only has substantive procedures performed in response to it, or only test of controls performed to it. It was thought in the context of thinking about the sufficiency and appropriateness of evidence that you would obtain from everything that you do. And so really we're thinking, okay, this is at the gross level. I think that's really what I don't know if any of that helps with any of the comments, but I wanted to have responded to that. The only actually other point, Ada, you made a point on consistency of terms, and we will, like on other projects, have a CASP review done of the standards. So
yeah, I think in this instance, and it sort of relates to what you said, it's just let's be intentional about when we use one reference and when we use, and maybe not saying that we've made a mistake here, but at least people should understand that we've meant what we're actually saying here. And there is a difference in some instances, which I assume we do intend to have a difference at times.
Maybe, Anna, just to add to what you explained, Zayu, maybe this will help. I hope this will help you. But remember, you start with assessment on the spectrum of inherent risk, and that sets the baseline. So if you end up being very high on the spectrum of inherent risk, you have to get more persuasive audit evidence. Then you go to, well, I can bring that demand down if I can rely on controls. And depending on how much you rely on the controls, yes, you also need to get more persuasive evidence about the operating effectiveness of controls. But that doesn't take away the fact that your baseline was a high inherent risk assessment, and that's what drives the persuasiveness of the evidence you need. And then you can make up your bucket of evidence by also doing test of controls. If you're going to rely a lot on test of controls, then 9 tells you, well, you need to obtain more persuasive evidence around that operating effectiveness of the controls. So I actually think we have it right here.
Any reactions? Neil?
The point around more persuasive evidence around the operating effectiveness of controls. I mean, some of it's around the control either is operating effectively or it's not. How are you more persuaded that it is? Yeah, let me leave it there. Like, what is the more persuasive evidence that we're after here? Control operates or the control doesn't operate?
I think it comes together in terms of how you're going to put your bucket of evidence together. So when you decide you're going to respond to that high assessment of inherent risk by performing a combination of test of controls and substantive procedures, that mix of those procedures could be different. You can say, I'm going to have more substantive procedures and less test of controls, or I'm going to have more test of controls and less substantive procedures. And I think that's where the difference in the persuasiveness comes in. Anna?
Yeah, I think, I mean, we'll get also to the specific part about persuasiveness of evidence about test of controls in a moment, but just so that it's rummaging. Ultimately, the notion of persuasiveness, we didn't believe it different in the context of what the evidence relates to. So there is always, always, in order to evaluate whether you have sufficient appropriate evidence, you're thinking of it in terms of how persuasive it is about the thing that you are trying to obtain evidence about. And so thinking about the extent of procedures and for how many, for example, instances of a control you may have looked at. And so thinking of it in the same context described in ISO 500 about what persuasiveness means, but just applied to test of controls, it was sort of the idea there. And I guess the idea is that that isn't a new requirement either. It was just a clarified one. But we can get to that in a minute if you want, but also have.
So maybe to help Neil here, because I've given this some thought as well, because the overall construct is you need persuasive evidence about the operation of controls. So how would that be more persuasive because it's effective or not? And I get that, and I've made the comment to the team as well. The reason why I'm comfortable with more is if you are going to perform a controls-based, or if you plan to obtain more evidence over the operating effectiveness of controls, there's different controls you can choose. So you can choose a higher level of control that's a little bit more aggregated, or in the case of, oh, but I need more persuasive evidence about controls, you may want to go at the more precise controls. So that's what that is. I think that's how I explained it in my mind, in how the contract is appropriate. Thank you.
And so it's the population of controls rather than the control, because the control at an individual level either works or doesn't work. But there's a population of controls at different levels, and you would then be more persuaded based on whether it's one control in the population, 5 controls in the population, etc.
Okay. Just confirm it. So we were supposed to have a break. I don't get a sense that we need a break quite yet for this. So we're fine. Keep moving it.
Okay, so I think all of that definitely can reflect, especially on all of the comments on A4. A very much take the point from the discussion after that. The next section goes straight to the work done on test of control, so paragraphs 8 and 9 to start with. The changes to the requirement may appear bigger than they are in that they were primarily meant for streamlining purposes and to align with terms in ISA 315 and how constructs have been used in other standards. So apologies, my slide has gone away. And in paragraph 9, again, it was clarifying that the persuasiveness of the evidence that the auditor needs to obtain about the operating effectiveness of controls is there's a relationship between that and how much, if I use Billy's words, of how much of the evidence in my bucket is going to be about the operating effectiveness of test of controls, and how much weight do I want to give that evidence when I'm designing the rest of the procedures that will give me the rest of the evidence that fills my bucket. So then the application material that connects to this has also been revised. We made edits, again, to align terms with ISO 315 revised, and mostly otherwise they were more editorial in nature until we get to A24D and A25. One of the paragraphs that we did remove was because ultimately we had no longer used a term that we had described. So that was in A24C, and then in A24D and A25, we were trying to clarify the notion that we just touched on in Neil's intervention on the persuasiveness of evidence. So I don't know if there were any further comments on these from others.
Okay, any comments, Neil?
So it's not a 9 around the persuasiveness, but maybe I could link to it. But it's on paragraph 8. So the way 8 is constructed, some have read it to say, if I think the control is going to be operating effectively, I have to test the control, even though I wasn't planning to. I get that you're linking it to the auditor's assessment of the risk of material misstatement includes an expectation that the controls are operating effectively. But we go back to the conversation we just had. Is that one control? Is that all of the controls? If I'm expecting they're all operating effectively, do I now need to test all of them? Or is one going to be enough? So I think there's just a slightly different way of writing it. So we don't create the expectation that if you expect a control to be operating, you have to test it, even though you weren't planning to rely on it. So, if you looked at a construct that said, the auditor shall test the design and perform, shall design and perform test of controls if the auditor's plans to take into account the operating effectiveness in determining the nature, timing, and extent of your procedures. So rather than linking it to ROM, link it more directly to what the impact would be, so that we don't have this impression that you have to test controls just because you think it's going to be operating effectively.
You want to respond directly to that, or should we get a couple of... Why don't we, Greg, you come in.
Thanks, Tom. Also on 8, and I was just wondering whether we've covered off the test of controls alone angle. So we've covered off in B the substantive's not enough, so you've got to do a combination. In order to get enough evidence, you're doing substantive work and some controls work. What about controls alone, or is that covered in the wording in A that you're going to maybe tweak in response to Neil's comment? To me, I read A as just being you think it's effective, rather than you need to do you've decided that's your testing approach is to test controls alone. Because I think B doesn't really pick up, it's the combination of different types of tests in B. So I guess, yeah, we've talked a lot about tests of controls alone and the guardrails and A4, paragraph A4A, etc. But do we actually capture that possibility or that audit strategy in 8? I didn't read it as it was there, but it could be implicit in A.
Anyone else? Ada?
Maybe trying to help out the team a little bit. So, so Neil, I hear you, and the way I read it, that's exactly what it says. It's maybe a little bit cryptic because Because when the auditor's assessment of risk at the assertion level includes an expectation that the controls are operating effectively, that means the auditor plans to use audit evidence from testing controls. And I think that's maybe the type of language that's tripping you up. And that's something clearly the project team can look at. And Greg, in the instance that the auditor chooses an approach of testing controls alone, I don't see how that's not in 8A. So I'm not sure I would understand what we would be adding here, because that is the scenario that you want to obtain audit evidence, or that, well, you have an expectation that controls are effectively, so hence you need to test. It sits at a higher level, doesn't go into that level of detail just yet.
But it's just an assessment, isn't it, that you think controls will be effective, rather than you're therefore going to, your strategy is controls testing alone.
That's correct. And you will only go there if you expect that the controls are effective, because otherwise you would never go there. No doubt the project team will take this discussion into consideration and massage it.
Yes, so I think another way of saying what you're saying there is that the auditor's assessment of risk of material misstatement at assertion level includes an expectation that the control are operating effectively, means you've assessed control risk. And control risk is less than maximum, as what 315 says. And therefore you have already decided you are going to rely on the controls. Yeah, okay.
Anna?
Yes, sorry, thank you. I mean, Ada has touched on, I guess, part of what I was going to try and explain. And Billy has added to it in terms of the connectivity around the risk assessment. One of the questions or observations that I wanted to make was that when we did discuss previously as a project team, the structure of A and whether it might be linked to the any substantive procedures that may be designed and performed. We didn't really find a way of making sure that it was clear that the test of controls alone option would be included if we did start talking about substantive procedures and connecting your decision around sort of the requirement to test controls to the impact it will have on substantive procedures. And so we basically retained the actual linkage with the risk assessment rather than what you will do on the basis of that risk assessment, was the one just layer of clarity that we had thought about it. And we can certainly think about it again. That had just been the concern that we had at that point.
Yep.
So, I mean, 100% the paragraph as it's written is technically right. That's spot on. But I just think we've got an opportunity to say what we mean here. So that more than just Ada and a few others around the table get it instantly. It shouldn't allow layers of interpretation. Just say what we mean.
And Neil, I think that's a fair point, because I think even if you look at extant, at that time that board thought it necessary to put something in parentheses to say that is. And so what you are saying, it's something almost similar to that.
I think that's a good reminder throughout. We need to be really clear about it. These are such foundational standards that if we're trying to think we're being obtuse a little bit, then let's refine the language. This is the time to do it. But the team certainly has gotten the point, not in their heads, and we'll work on the drafting. Okay.
Okay. So paragraph 10 is now about the nature and extent of test of controls. So as we work through the standard, the auditor has now designed procedures that respond to assessed risks. Some of those procedures were required to be test of controls by paragraph 8, and so the auditor has set off to design and perform test of controls. Paragraph 10 is the requirement that sets out what that means and how evidence is obtained about test of controls that provide the auditor with the appropriate basis for forming that overall view on whether the controls are operating effectively or not, and therefore on whether the controls are operating in the way that the auditor had thought about when doing their risk assessment and when evaluating the design and implementation of those controls. So in particular, the revisions to 10B were responsive to questions that we had had around indirect controls and the relationship between indirect controls and that support the operation of direct controls, and what happens when they may be ineffective or when they may not be so easily testable directly. And so really the requirement of B(1) and (2) was to try and clarify that because there is a more indirect relationship between those controls and the risk of a material misstatement arising, that it was possible for the auditor to obtain evidence that the risks that these indirect controls were trying to address may have not happened and not affected the function of the direct control. And if that is the case, the auditor may still, on a combined basis, effectively use all of that evidence as evidence that the direct controls have done what they intended to do. The application material was then revised to try and clarify these points.
Okay. Christelle.
Thank you. I would like to comment on para 10 small b. I have an overall concern and 3 more detailed points. My overall concern is on the risk of defaulting to substantive. Let me explain. The revisions appear to raise the bar for using a controls reliant response, which may create scalability issues. In particular, for smaller or less complex entities, there is a real risk that engagement teams will find it simpler to default to a fully substantive approach rather than navigate the new concepts and requirements. Paragraph 10b on indirect controls is one area where this complexity may overcomplicate reliance on controls in practice. Then I have the 3 following comments. The first one is on the scope of indirect controls, IT versus non-IT. Indirect controls is used in the requirement, but most examples in the application material are IT focused. This may create uncertainty in practice as to whether paragraph 10b is intended to apply mainly to IT-related indirect controls or to all indirect controls, including non-IT monitoring and supervisory controls. So I will suggest adding clarifying examples. The second one is about clarifying enable the auditor to support the operating effectiveness. The expression enable the auditor to support the operating effectiveness in paragraph 10b(2) is quite abstract, and it is not clear what level of work is expected to support operating effectiveness in this context. Clarification or alignment with existing terminology about obtaining evidence on operating effectiveness would be helpful. And finally, the third one is on alternative procedures and the need for simplifying and anchoring in existing concepts. The notion of alternative procedures in paragraph 10b(2) is not sufficiently clear, according to me, and adds complexity. I would recommend linking alternative procedures back to existing, well-understood concepts, for example, by referring to procedures relating to understanding of components of internal control in ISA 315. Thank you.
James.
Thanks. Yeah, I had similar thoughts about 10b (2). I don't understand the formulation of the language as it is, because to me, if you have it, it should be perform alternative procedures to enable the auditor to obtain evidence, which is what we've got in one. But I'm also struggling with the distinction between a test of control and an alternative procedure. Isn't that just a different way of testing controls? So aren't you just covered by 10B1? So I don't know what the rationale was. And actually, I think if you have that there, we've decoupled it now from the guidance at A32. So what does it mean?
Jayan?
I have a concern on the use of word indirect controls, both in the standard and application materials. I think in the case of automated control, we also test GITC. It's not because GITCs are indirect controls, because automated control depends on GITC. If you read the application material, it talks more about indirect control. But actually, if you look at the internal control system, control environment, risk assessment, monitoring controls, these are all indirect controls. And they all in some way support the operating of direct controls. So I think it may imply that we have to test all those soft causals if we want to test the operating effectiveness of direct controls. So that's one concern. And the second is on page 20. Page 20, oh, sorry, I've explained, 21, sorry. Page 21, paragraph A32AA. They talk about detecting deviations. Actually, the deviation identified in test of control do not necessarily mean there is deficiency or the controls don't operate effectively. So I think this will need to be reconsidered. And then the examples on the same page, talking about the GITC, I think it's not really talking about an alternative procedure to perform when you find that the GITC is not effective. Because the case here is really, I mean, the access control is kind of a protective control, while the management review afterwards is a kind of a detective control. You might test either of the one or both of them. So it's not really an alternative test. And the last sentence of that example, talking about we might reconcile the information to external sources, then it becomes a test of detail, not a test for control. So what's the purpose we are going to achieve here? Thank you.
Just to come on two critical points here to explain, because it's coming up again. So Christelle, on your point that it may lead auditors to a substantive approach, what is different than today? This is what we hear from the feedback. Small auditors usually default to a substantive approach. The lack of the clarity in the requirement, if necessary, allows auditors not to think through the process when they have gone and taken a controls-based approach. So I appreciate the comment, but I don't think that today and what we have in extent is not doing the same. So we have tried to elevate some concepts in the requirement to allow auditors to think through the process, because what we are hearing back from the feedback is too often when you are doing a test of controls and when you bump into problems with indirect controls, you just abandon that strategy and just leave it there without thinking through the consequences and what else you can do. So there is a reason why we want to make this. I appreciate we have work to do, but to the overarching concern, I think it's important to think what we have today versus what we are bringing to the table. Alternative procedures, you're very right. We are specifically talking here that those alternative procedures, and I appreciate we may use a different term than alternative, probably that was.
We use it in other
We use it in other standards, that's why we used it, but we think also about the test of details. Yes, absolutely. You may do an alternative procedure like here in the examples in A32AA, where you are looking at logs and things that are explained. That's why we've worded it that way. So, Anna, I think this was where we were going with this. It may not just be a pure test of controls that you're doing in that case, but you're doing something to be able to support the controls that you're testing when you bump into these instances when there are problems with the indirect controls.
So, but what I'm taking from what you said and what Christelle says, in fact, we're trying to accomplish the same thing, but maybe the language isn't getting us there and maybe is confusing the issue. So like, that's fair enough. Like, it's important that, are we agreeing on the conceptually we're in the right place, and then do the words reflect what we're trying to do? I think there's probably some confusion here, and that there's a need to continue to work on some of the language. Wendy?
I liked your comments, Tom, because listening, I was having that same sense. And around the table, if it's hard to understand, we might need to relook at it. I still have a concern that we've taken away in this section, kind of auditor's judgment and a little bit of loss of flexibility, but I think I did hear from Kalina that was probably deliberate. But I'm content if you take back the comments and also consider some drafting an application, some application material that may help clarify what alternative procedures are. And I also had some edits that I could send in to help the process. Sorry, I think I might have drifted from the mic.
Robert?
I have a comment with respect to the new introduced application guidance A31 capital A. It's about direct controls and indirect controls. And the third sentence more or less demands that always we have to use indirect controls on top of direct controls, because it says ordinarily. And it seems to be an automism, which I think you do not need audit evidence of operating if direct controls are sufficient, you don't need indirect controls. Yeah, and so the suggestion is deleting ordinarily. And by the way, this sentence starts with accordingly, which then makes reference to the previous sentence. The question is, do we need this accordingly? And the last sentence seems to introduce a new spectrum of indirectness for indirect controls, because it starts the more indirect relationship and so on. So do we want this, and is this understood? Thank you.
Right.
Thanks, Tom. I think I'm on a similar sort of theme, but I started with 10B and the phrase depend upon. So this is where the controls, the direct controls depend upon the indirect controls, which seemed a very black and white sort of concept. And then I went to the application material, and the application material is much more about the indirect controls supporting the direct controls, and also the spectrum idea that Robert's been talking about. So the application material describes a softer notion in my mind of support and a spectrum of, I guess, usefulness of the indirect controls and supporting the direct controls. Whereas the language in 10B is depend upon, which to me is a right at, so there might be a spectrum, but depend upon, there's a threshold at some point, a judgment's made. And so we're here on the spectrum. So now those controls depend now on these other ones. So I wonder about the alignment of the language, I guess, between the requirement and the application material. So paragraph A19A and A31A with the application paragraphs that sort of caught my eye with the support and the spectrum type language, whereas 10B is the absolute depend upon type language. So I'm not saying depend upon is wrong, but at the moment, the supporting language, the application material is it's a different type of language. So maybe just look at the link between the requirement and the application material and whether we're aligned.
Yes, thank you, Greg and Robert. So and I also had some comments on some of the language that's currently in here, particularly because I don't think the auditor supports the operating effectiveness of controls, but we can change the language around to talk more about obtain audit evidence. On the dependency on controls, and depends is black and white, and it's intended to be black and white, because if you have a direct control that can operate on its own and is not dependent on an indirect control, you stick with the direct control. But there are controls that are dependent on a framework underneath it that you are required to then test alongside with it. And it says, if not already done so, because maybe the auditor has already done their GITC controls that are feeding some of automated controls that are relevant in the context of the direct control. So, and I appreciate it's difficult to bring this all to bear, and I'm sure the project team will happily see if we can tidy this all up. But in my view, in the requirement, it needs to be a depend. Because if it's not dependent on it, we don't need to do anything on it. That may help you as well, Xavier, because it is not a requirement to then go back to all the components of COSO and to test those, because there is a relationship, you're right. But if you are testing the control, you cannot just do that in isolation. You need to think, is there a relationship with either the entity's information system or another control that cannot fail, because otherwise it's pointless to test this.
So yeah.
Yeah, I agree what Edo said. And I think actually in the requirement itself, maybe we could delete the word in indirect. Actually, I think the key point is depend, not direct or indirect. There will be cases where one direct control depends on another direct control. There could be such cases. Thank you.
Okay. Going back to, I guess, how I summarized it earlier, is I'm not sure that people are going after the intent of what these paragraphs were about, but the drafting needs some refinement here, particularly as it relates to the indirect comment. So, but the depend, people were nodding. And so I think really on this one, the team just needs to take it back and refine it, or maybe get some input from the board. And this would certainly be a section that you would welcome drafting suggestions in the offline comments. Jesse, Ada, do you want to come back in? It's contagious now. James is like, it wasn't me here. My temp was down. You would think that an experienced vice chair would be on top of his game here, but
Next time I'll just say something.
yeah, it's okay. Okay, is it? You feel like you want more guidance here, or I think it's really about going back and working on the language here so people understand what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I think definitely, I think reflecting on James's comment as well around being very clear about, well, at the moment being unclear of what the intent was and so on, that I think maybe we can bridge the clarity of what we were trying to achieve and make sure we're all aligned on that at the same time as working on the refinements while we do that, take it away and give it another go. I do think we're not trying to prevent test of controls being used. We're actually trying to do the opposite by clarifying circumstances, almost possibilities when an immediate reaction may have been to move away. And so I think, like you described, that hopefully will get us there. I guess then I'm moving to the next part. No, yeah. Okay, so if we are moving to the next part, then requirements 11 and 12, we're staying in the world of test of controls. And well, I say 11 and 12, 11 to 12, because we have 11A, 11B as well. We've now, in the auditor's journey, we've gone through designing the procedures that will give that evidence of test of controls, but we're trying to work out the timing of test of controls. And we're thinking really, when do I need to perform my test of controls to obtain that evidence, and what time period does it need to relate to? So that's what the requirements, the changes in 11, in the 11s were done for streamlining and clarity. And likewise in 12, although the clarification there was slightly different, this was a specific matter that had been raised in the project proposal around really being clear around what it is that the auditor is getting evidence about when they're rolling forward effectively their conclusions from procedures performed at an interim date, and almost justifying the requirement and why it's there. So the related application material has been clarified there. The one new paragraph of application material was specifically introduced to make explicit something that falls out of the requirements of 11A and 11B, which is basically that the requirements of 13 and 14 of using prior period evidence wouldn't apply to the circumstances in 11A and 11B.
Okay. Any comments on paragraphs 11 and 12? Greg.
Thanks, Tom. Just a reflection from my outreach on 12B. The message I got was that this will result in a step up from current practice, so seen as a more robust requirement. So if you take an example of a interim period of 9 months, topping it up for the remaining 3, what's the work the auditor needs to do in those remaining 3? I think this is going to force more testing of the controls in the remaining 3 to top up the 9, whereas maybe now the procedures are more inquiry based. It's what I understand from the front line, but I'm not saying that's, like, I think it should, like, if we're going to rely on controls, we should test them, right? So I'm just giving you some feedback. So yeah, we may get some comment when this goes out from practitioners about this might change practice, but I personally think if you're going to rely, you need to test.
Certainly think that's one of the public interest issues associated with this project. If we were going to change practice at all or reflect evolved practice, then we may as well not be standard setting. So, but I'm sure we'll get comments on that. Okay, any comments on 11 and 12? Wendy?
So I think the theme or the comments that I have for 11 and 12 is not dissimilar to Greg. And I don't think, so for the testing in the interim period, the feedback I got is it seems to be limiting what you could do in interim periods. And I don't think that was the intention. Similar to what he said about what you've done in 9 months, you you can rely on that and then you can close it up in the last quarter. And then one other small comment in 11B, what does current period mean? And you may have said it in your introductory remarks to clarify it, but I stepped out for a moment. Thanks.
Shaya?
A comment on paragraph 12 and B. And actually, when we perform A, it could lead to the result is the controls are substantially the same as what we tested at interim. In that extent, circumstance, we extend the interim conclusion to final date. Or we might come up with the conclusion that the controls is actually significant changed, so it's a new control. Then we will start with the new population to perform another test of control. I think this possible scenario may need to be brought into the application material. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Tom, I did have a small comment on A34, which is the application material. And it was just a thought for something that's not in the current list of bullet points about the frequency of the control might be another factor to consider in terms of that topping up testing. Thanks.
Okay. Any other comments on this section? Keep proceeding.
Thank you. Maybe just to answer the current period question, we weren't intending it to mean anything other than it's your current engagement period, your current audit, your current period. I'm not, yeah, but maybe we can reflect on what is clear.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
Right, but is audit, I understand in some jurisdictions, audit periods could be shorter. Like you might have to do audits every 6 months.
It's current. You can't rotate.
The only other point that I wanted to add that came up from just reflecting on what I was hearing about 12 changing practice is ultimately that this notion of obtaining evidence about the operating effectiveness of controls may be still from you're obtaining evidence about the changes and you're obtaining evidence from other things. So the procedures that you perform in B may look a bit different to the procedures you've done before, but actually they may be more of those. And that's what is described in application material. So hopefully we haven't intended to change the principle, just clarify it and enhance that emphasis on evidence. Moving on to 13 and 14 is around using evidence obtained in previous audits. So picking up the same notion, we made some further revisions to clarify certain matters, aligned terminology back to 3 and 5. We had been asked to consider the period that was referred to in paragraph 14 around thinking about the evidence over the previous 3 years. And there had been questions around whether we meant audit years and so on. So we've given another attempt at clarifying the intention behind that requirement. And then the application material paragraphs that support all of the considerations that the auditor may make in determining whether it's appropriate to use evidence that was obtained in a previous period, and then figure out what extra evidence they need or what additional or other evidence they need in the current period. Those were added to A36 big A through to A36 D, no, A37, sorry. And then beyond in A38, we further clarified some matters there. But fundamentally, these were meant as revisions to the previously discussed principles changes.
Okay, comment on paragraphs 13 and 14 and related application material. Shaya and Robert.
As always, I don't support the use of prior year's evidence in relation to manual controls. I think it only applies to automated controls on the basis that GITC remain effective in current year. Manual control, it's not a matter of whether manual control is changed in current year or not. It's about the relevance. I think the types of control, manual control performed in prior years is just not relevant to the current period under audit. I feel very strong about that. So my suggestion is we make it clear the use of prior years or the evidence is only allowed for automated control. Thank you.
Robert?
Yeah, with respect to requirement 14, the introduction of the 3 years, in my outreach, we were a little struggling what is really meant. Is this calendar years, business years, or is it periods like audit periods? And audit period could also be a short period, like stub periods, yeah. We suggest this to be clarified by maybe stating 36 months or so. Thank you.
Tom, I guess more substantially here is we did ask the board a few periods back, what do you want us to do with this? And we heard back, retain what we have in extant, enhance it, and emphasize also to some of the positions that this may be more appropriate for automated controls, but don't prohibit it. Our outreach with firms and some of the stakeholders indicate that some jurisdictions do still, and some types of audits do still use the rotation for manual controls in addition to automated controls. So this is a place where we need direction from the board again. Are we keeping what we are presenting with not forbidding manual control rotation, or does the board change their position here at this point?
Sammy, is this the point you'd want to come in on?
No, it's a different point.
Okay, let's address this point. Hernan? Okay. So any comments on Jayu's point and Kalina's question? Ada?
So I'm a little bit in between two minds. I have full appreciation of where Jaye is coming from. It's because manual control is also very dependent on the individual, whether they had a good night's sleep or not, and it could even be that much. Whereas an automated control, as long as the GITCs keep performing properly, there's a closer link to be able to continue to rely on those. And now I know that Josephine's going to send me a message because I shouldn't be relying on controls, but so I have sympathy for it, but I also think it is a significant step beyond extent, and it's an established bit. And I don't think that from the outreach that we did, that this was a really strong direction that we got from there. But then that's what I'm looking at Kalina for as well. Is
Yes, from the outreach, there was retain and enhance what we have. Another thing that we kind of bumped into through this outreach, and it's up to the risk appetite of the firm. This is a space where methodology plays a role. I guess those two requirements that we have from the perspective of us as a project team look like a methodology. We don't think we should have a methodology in our standards. This is a role where firms need to come in and say, I allow this, I don't allow this. But from our standards, it is not prohibited. 13 and 14 are total methodology style requirements prescribing certain things. That's why we brought to the board a range of things to consider and what approach they would like. So a methodology could prohibit manual controls. That's not in contrast with our standards. Rotating manual.
I think the methodology or the practice, in practice, auditors are doing that is because the current standard allow for it, not because it's technically correct. And also where I'm coming from is that because in China, we do have audit of ICFR. Well, you might argue that the level of work on control is different, but I think the fundamental concepts should be the same. How do you base your conclusion on operating effectiveness of controls? Is the test you performed on current period controls? I mean, in terms of manual controls, because automated controls, even under ICFR audit, it's allowed to, rely on prior years audit evidence. So I think it's a fundamental concept. It's not about, what's currently in the methodology or in practice. Thank you.
Greg, you want to come in there? Yeah.
Just a thought for the team possibly to think about is in A36A, in the second sentence, we say, therefore, it may be more difficult to determine the continuing relevance. So it's a very neutral sort of phrasing. And I wonder if a potential option here to strengthen it would be to say something like, therefore, ordinarily, it is more difficult, which sort of would make it harder to rely on the manual controls from the past previous periods. But just a thought to move the dial just slightly.
So then the question I would have is, well, so just let's get rid of manual controls. If it's ordinarily, and I personally have sympathy for Charrier's point. Is an audit of the current period, we need to be able to obtain audit evidence about whether the controls operate effectively this period. But the project team has gone rightfully so because we do evidence-based standard test setting on where the outreach guided us. I think it's a good question for the explanatory memorandum. We're tightening the guardrails already by the application material. We're much more restrictive as we were in the past, whether that's far enough or not. But the project team has also gone based on the decision that the majority of the board members, noting your position, Joey, where we ended. So if you want to reconsider that, I don't get the sense that the board wants to entirely go into a different direction, but if so, speak up, I would say.
Can I just quickly come back? So the changes we've made, though, to the first sentence in A36A sort of sets it up for the fact that actually it's a bit tougher. So therefore, why don't we follow that up with just reinforcing it is a bit tougher rather than just maybe more difficult? It seemed a soft follow-up, but leave it to the team.
Okay. Okay, should we go on to other comments in this section? Sammy?
Yes, just a quick comment on A38. So here we're saying it's fine to use audit evidence from prior audits as long as it's not for controls that address areas that will be tested by controls only. I was wondering if this should stay as application material or if it should become like a standard paragraph taken into consideration that application material are not mandatory as the standard paragraph. Thank you.
Nancy?
Yeah, thank you. So it's coming back to the point about the manual controls. I guess listening to the conversation, I have sympathy for what Xiaoyu said, and I like Greg's suggestion in terms of the solution to modify A36A, moving to ordinarily that it is more difficult, rather than putting it in the explanatory memorandum. Thank you.
Neil?
It's just on paragraph 14, and the comment will extend through to 14A. But in 14, we've added the effect in terms of the continuing relevance and reliability of the audit evidence. Shouldn't audit evidence relate to whether the evidence is sufficient and appropriate? And relevance and reliability is connected to information. So that then flows through to 14A as well. You need to evaluate whether the evidence you've got in the past continues to be sufficient and appropriate.
Hernan?
Thank you, Tom. My comment is just about precision on paragraph 14. I understand that it is implicit in the text, but I prefer if we could add from an previous audit conducted over the same client financial statement, thinking on the interpretation when translating this paragraph in other languages. Thank you.
Robert?
I have a thought about A36A. Maybe I pour some water into the wine of your glass, Greg, but is it always true that automated controls are more reliable than manual controls? If you think about AI being introduced by preparers to come up with some reports that require judgment, for instance, expense report reviews, unusual pattern recognition, and so forth. I think we should think about, because there could be AI used to be error prone as well. Thank you.
I think that point is a good point, and we're gonna argue about the language of that second sentence a lot, where we could draw attention to it, and we could consider to refine the language from here to June before we get this out. But I think an appropriately focused discussion in the EM with some commentary probably will be a way to address this issue too. Okay, Christelle, and then James.
Yes, I'm not sure that if we are now deliberating this again, but I believe that the staff proposal is appropriate, and I will not be in favor of modifying application material 36A and adding ordinarily, as this will be very restrictive and almost exclude all manual controls. Thank you.
Yeah, that was effectively the point I was making. James?
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not sure. I mean, it's a while ago now, but my experience in practice wasn't that a manual control was necessarily worse than an automated control, particularly if you've got limited turnover, for example, in a finance team. People are really experienced, know what they're doing, know how to operate a control. That can all go wrong, but to the point about AI, there are some risks around AI. And I think we should recognize, if we've already said it may be more difficult, if we put in ordinarily, I think that effectively says you can't do it. I don't think it's a kind of soft lift up. I think it's a hard no. And so I would not be in favor of that.
Okay. Sammy, your hand's up. Are you trying to come back in? No. Okay. All right. Anna, back to you.
Okay, thank you. Just I We did add some application material in A29 that did refer to the notion of the internal consistency of IT controls. And so we can definitely have a look at whether something similar to that might be appropriate to highlight elsewhere or in other ways to reflect those considerations. I think there wasn't anything specific. Otherwise, I guess what I'm hearing is the general direction. We're leaving it as is, considering ordinarily, bearing in mind all the different views. Okay.
I think your direction is to leave it as is and draw attention to it.
Maybe just one response to Sammy. Sammy, you were talking about prescribing in the requirements that you cannot rotate controls when you are addressing only by controls. That sits in the requirement in 11B and has a subtitle test of controls alone. So just want to reassure you it's addressed in the requirements already.
Okay, great. Let's move on to the next section.
Sorry. Anna,
Okay,
you were, no, you referred to 829, and I just wanted to make sure that was deliberate because it's 836 to 840. Are we going to move 829 or do something? No. Okay.
Apologies for the confusion. I was trying to just draw attention to some thinking that we'd already done on the matter. But
Thank you. I appreciate
it. Okay. Rounding out our journey through test of controls. We have gone through the requirements to do test of controls, how we do them, when we do them, what the evidence is, how reliable it needs to be. And then we've done test of controls. And so then we have to evaluate what we learned from the test of controls. So 16 and 17 are really meant to address questions about practical questions of how to think about what happens and what are the possible outcomes of a test of control. And so the first point in paragraph 16 is already requirement extant to really highlight that the auditor doesn't only think about what they've learned from the test of controls, but any evidence, they may have obtained evidence from substantive procedures that causes them to believe that, they might need to rethink whether the operating effectiveness of controls is really where it was. For 17, what we were trying to achieve here was the clarity of, again, avoiding auditors immediately assuming, I suppose, or jumping to a conclusion. Well, I can't remember exactly what words Christelle used, but defaulting to not testing controls by going through explicitly what are the options if something comes up in the testing from test of controls that may indicate that a control either hasn't quite operated quite as expected. And so it's intended to be a guided ABC stepped approach before you end up in C and may have to reconsider your overall approach and end up not using that evidence. So the application material that relates to these paragraphs was again meant to support the story and navigating through that requirement. What's this? I think, yeah, that was it at this point.
okay. Paragraph 16 and 17, Amara.
Just a brief comment on 17. I would suggest inserting from the expected operation effectiveness of the control, because this is what we are looking for.
Christelle?
My comment is also on paragraph 17, and more precisely on the structure of this requirement. I would suggest restructuring it so that A and B remain together in one requirement, and C is pulled out and presented as a separate conditional requirement. This will not change the substance, but will make it clearer that when sufficient audit evidence cannot be obtained through inquiry or additional test of control, the auditor must then follow the separate conditional requirement to reevaluate control risk. Thank you.
Neil?
Thank you, Tom. On paragraph 16, I feel like we've got that pretty narrow just down to the substantive procedures. I think misstatements could be identified in other manners as well. So I would actually remove the substantive procedures out of that sentence, so that we evaluate whether misstatements that have been detected indicate that the controls are not operating effectively. Perhaps management identified there could be other avenues for misstatements coming up. So I think you don't need to have it as narrow as that on the substantive procedures alone.
Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. So similar observation to what Christelle's actually talking about, back to paragraph 17. So A and B is in a different category than C. C really refers to doing risk assessment. And it would seem that like the ordering perhaps may be a little confusing to me. Perhaps C should be actually pulled into the body of 17, like the lead-in sentence. Because if you're going to look at deviation, then would cause you to reassess risk. Do your risk assessment and then your A and B, and then be more explicit about the fact that you actually would have to test the operating control. So it's not just looking at the evidence. Let me see what I'm saying here. Yeah. So pull C into the main body. Okay, my other point is on something else. Yeah, okay, so primarily is similar to the concept that Christelle's saying. And risk assessment should come right away. Thanks.
Celia?
On paragraph 16, the subtitle evaluating the operating effectiveness control, it first gives the impression here we are talking about the evaluating based on the result of test control, but actually it's talking about considering the implication of misstatement identified in substantive procedures. So I think in terms of ordering, the matter of misstatement identified from substantive procedures may be better placed in somewhere in the section of substantive procedures. And here I would recommend we really talking about evaluating the operating effectiveness based on the test of control work performed so far. Paragraph 17, I still have a comment on the deviations, because deviations doesn't equal deficiencies, doesn't equal the control doesn't operate effectively. Actually, if we identify deviations in test control, there could be three options. One, you conclude that the control doesn't operate effectively. Two, you might conclude it is still effective. And three, you go for additional test. So, but it's so complicated. So what I'm recommending is that in the requirement, we use the word deficiency instead of deviation. And in application material, we add in explanations about how do you evaluate the deviation you identified from your test of controls, and in which situations you might conclude that the control is deficient. And the application material, another comment on that paragraph is 17A. I think once you identify deviation or deficiency, it's not sufficient to just make inquiries. You will perform investigations. And a point about paragraph A42A, when the detected rate of deviation is the same, we should also add lower than. If it's lower than expected, it's also okay. Thank you.
James?
Yeah, so I've got two relatively minor points on application material. One was the one that's just been made. If I adopted an incredibly legalistic mindset, I would say I have to hit exactly on the deviation rate in order to do that. So if we just say or less than, that would be great. My other comment was on A42B and the second bullet point. So this is the scenario where you've identified a deviation. Do you need to do more controls testing? I think the second bullet point is something different. That is a test, that's an alternative controls test. So does it deserve its own paragraph? It's not doing something to help you understand the deficiency in the first control. It's coming up with a different control. So.
Yeah.
So comment that I got from discussions with outreach was, and I thought it's a useful one, because here and there in the standards, when we talk about exceptions noted in substantive testing, the auditor is required to evaluate whether there's a deficiency. So now we're testing controls and we run into deviations, and shouldn't there be also a requirement to think about whether a deficiency has been identified? I appreciate, Joey, your comment about should we talk about deficiencies here. I do think it's a stepped approach. You first have a deviation, and then you do more work to establish whether it's a deficiency. And once you've established, well, that establishment of whether it's a deficiency, I think should be incorporated or could be incorporated in this requirement as well. We need to capture that notion somewhere. Thank you.
Any other comment? Oh, Robert.
Yeah, small one. Maybe similar to what Niels said with respect to 16. If I recall this correctly, you asked for substitution of substantive procedures in this sentence. If we were not to substitute this, then I have an issue with any. You inserted any substantive procedures, and I think this is rather a little bit disproportionate, because this would also claim that even trivial misstatements also had to be evaluated.
Okay, yeah, you don't need any if you remove it. Okay, any reactions from the team? Need for further clarification on this section?
Yeah, I think we're okay. I think.
Okay, I think this is a good time to break. Right now, we're gonna break for lunch, move lunch forward a half hour. We'll reconvene at 1. We'll play with the break time during the session. We'll take still only 1 break in between, but probably move the break forward in 15 minutes or so, depending upon where we are in the discussion. We'll still plan on meeting up to 4:30 though in public session. One thing to note, we've been joined by some guests from Bucharest University of Economic Studies in Romania. I think you may see them, students and the professors who wanted to see standard setting in action. There's a lot of action going on here today, so welcome to you, welcome to New York, and feel free to say hi to us during the break. And it's great to have you here. Good discussion. See you in an hour's time again. We reconvene at 1. Okay, could we get everyone's back to the table, please? Okay, welcome back. Hope everyone had a nice lunch. We're gonna keep moving here. We just finished paragraph 16 and 17. So I think we're through a good bit of basically through the controls part of the standard. Which is why I thought it was a good place to break. And am I turning back to you? Okay.
Thank you, Tom. And I promise that once we get through 3:30, I'm done with speaking for the day. So, okay, we do pick this up at at paragraph 18 of ISO 330 through to paragraph 23A of the requirements and the related application material. Here, obviously, pursuant to the previous board directions and discussions, the primary obvious piece that's happened is the deletion of the requirement in paragraph 18, and then concurrently enhanced by application material and the requirements in 315 revised, which will be picked up a bit later on in the session. The other area of focus of these paragraphs that's relevant to draw attention to is in the application material related to substantive procedures, where we were asked to draw out a better, clearer description of, again, procedures. So analytical procedures that may be used as part of performing further audit procedures to obtain audit evidence. And this was to reflect that in consequence to the revisions that are being proposed to ISA 520, where a description of substantive analytical procedures and the related requirements are going to require a threshold that is very explicitly linked to being performance materiality. We wanted to make sure that there was clarity that any type of procedure may be applied to achieve any purpose. And so this is yet another way that we have explained the way that the auditor may determine that they can use analytical procedures as part of achieving the purpose of test of controls, substantive procedures, depending on how they use them. So in the context of further audit procedures. So that's the application material in A46A with examples. And I'll stop there, I think.
Okay, so we're going from the deleted paragraph 18, which has not been just deleted, but it has been replaced with other requirements in materials elsewhere, up to 23A in related application material. Christelle.
Thank you. I have two comments, one on application material 45 and one on application material 46A. So considering regarding application material A45, I have concerns about the statement that substantive analytical procedures alone are more likely when controls have been tested. In practice, substantive analytical procedures can appropriately be used as the sole substantive response in many lower risk areas without testing controls. I would therefore be cautious about suggesting a strong linkage between the use of substantive analytical procedures alone and having tested controls. My second comment is on application material A46A. I'm concerned that the drafting may create confusion for practitioners. The paragraph emphasizes that analytical procedures are not substantive procedures, yet the wording could be read as if analytical procedures might substitute for substantive work. In reality, analytical procedures at this stage are primarily informing the risk assessment. They do not replace substantive procedures where those are required. So I would suggest revisiting the wording to make this distinction clearer and to reduce complexity in how practitioners interpret the role of analytical procedures in the overall evidence gathering process. Thank you.
Bill?
A little bit apologetic for saying this, but I just want to mention para 18 of 330. We've discussed it. It's finished. It's over. It's gone, I believe. Well, maybe, Anna, you can help me resolve this. I mean, well, and I've said myself I didn't want it removed, but I can live with it now. I felt we've had a thorough discussion. I'm encouraged by some of the Australians to put it on the record again that I would rather not remove para 18. And I read in the PIOB issues paper, and this isn't aimed at you, David, is that the PIOB is saying we should conduct, in the January issues, we should conduct further outreach before the exposure draft goes out regarding that para. So I just sort of want to make it clear or make everyone clear that I think we've done plenty of outreach and we've done plenty of discussion, and I just am alerting you to that some people just say, and that's again not be directed to the PIB, just won't let go. So is there anything else you can say to help me as we proceed forward on this?
So Bill, this is a topic I've had a number of conversations, including with members of the monitoring group, most recently IAASB C1. I am certain I am meeting with IFER's Standards Coordination Working Group as a whole in a couple of weeks. I've had a number of conversations with different standard setters and other bodies on this. And I'll say exactly what I'll say, said at those meetings, and I think they accept as well. We know that there are many, particularly in the regulatory world, but not confined to the regulatory world, who prefer keeping paragraph 18 in. When we explain our rationale, our belief that in a risk-based model with the clarifications and enhancements we've made with the standbacks, which effectively we have two here, both at 315 level and at 700 level, that this is a comprehensive and more principle-based solution, that we believe this is the time to have this discussion. And if we don't move on with this proposal, we won't have the opportunity to have a discussion with our stakeholders through the ED process. And that's an opportunity for people to present their argumentation of why you should either retain or why our case for removing 18 and replacing it with other requirements and other explanations is insufficient. And so, our discussions with IAASB C1 acknowledged the fact that we may have a difference of opinion, but there was a recognition that this would be a good discussion to be had. So I think we've both done what the PIOB has suggested us to do, which is continued engagement with stakeholders, But two, recognize nothing is final until it's final, and that's the whole purpose of the exposure draft. But if we stick with the status quo or extant, we've not moved the ball at all on this topic. So I think it's an acknowledgement and meant to be a response to your points.
No, I'm satisfied with that. And I just wanted to make sure we are all on the same page with that.
Okay. Kalina, you wanted to come in?
Very briefly, just to add to what Tom said, yes, very much agree with what Tom said. And maybe Bill, also another perspective here that is coming through. We are doing these standards in an integrated based project now. So we have the opportunity to look at the revisions holistically. On one side, we are now also, as part of the revision, having a very robust 500, which talks about evaluating relevance and reliability of information, applying to all audit procedures, risk assessment. We have technology evolving and tools that give you the ability to get evidence at the risk assessment in a quality way. So when you look at this together, the package, plus the enhancements to 315 that Tom was talking about, it gives a robust way to conduct an audit without having a default for a substantive procedure that paragraph 18 was imposing. So that is also another layer there, maybe secondary to what Tom is saying, but it kind of comes together as a package, a robust package, which would promote getting evidence as you need it, not defaulting to something.
Wendy and then Nancy.
So I think I said earlier I would send in my edits, but on A45, and in my mind, an edit is something that doesn't change the characteristic of the performance expected or what the paragraph is trying to say. But I have to ask a question on A45, bullet 1. That's, and I did notice throughout that there's some times where I think it should be RMM and we're using different terms, but I need to ask specifically here in the first bullet, is this intended in the second line to say audit risk, or should it be to reduce our risk of material misstatement? Because I don't know how audit risk is defined as it relates to what we're doing here. And then I also wanted to ask about the third bullet, because I don't know if it was moved or why it came out, because I think it's still correct. Thank you.
Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. My comments are also on the same two application material paragraphs 45 and A46A. So on A45, similar to Wendy's concern, I think it's more than edit because I think there is meaning associated with the observation. The second sentence seems to run contrary to what we're trying to do here. Basically, what we're trying to say is that we may decide that SAP alone would be sufficient. So does not have to involve test of details necessarily. I think that's what we were trying to say. And then in the same breath, we're saying, for example, we're also going to do test of controls. So it runs contrary to the fact that you're saying that doing SAP alone may give you sufficient appropriate audit evidence. So the for example really caused me a big problem. My preference would be to delete the second sentence altogether, known for example. And if you feel compelled to say something about we may want to do some test of controls to complement that, then do away with the for example. You may want to say something like, especially when the auditor's further procedures also include test of controls. So that's the first observation. The second one is what Wendy just said. It's that third bullet. We feel that, like the outreach I had, feel strongly that that needs to be reinstated. I understand we're not precluding it, but practitioners wants to see that, and they continue to feel that that's a valid statement. So requesting that that be reinserted. So that's paragraph 45. The other observation, I'll try to explain it and bear with me. Maybe I'm not going to be particularly clear in terms of what I'm trying to say, or you might not like what I have to say. in 46A, I think it's great that we're giving recognition to these analytical procedures, that they do add to the bucket of evidence, especially when you do it in combination with other procedures. So that's great. But it's not anchored on anything. This analytical procedure is not anchored on anything. It's like a fourth category. It's not in 520, right? 520 scope talks about, you have the risk assessment ones. You also do SAP, and then when you conclude, you also do analytical procedures. It's called analytical procedures, and we're asking people to go back and look at the guidance there. It exists in practice, right? People are doing this. People are doing, analytical procedures, perhaps at a higher threshold than performance materiality, for example. So, not sure what the perfect solution would be, but one suggestion that came out was, can we embody that in 520? Like, bring it into 520, and then you could talk, like, it's not substantive analytical procedures. Well, I saw heads shaking already, but it's just another thought, right? So it's trying to anchor it somewhere because it's anchoring nowhere. And what we're trying to say is that when you do these things, go and look at 520. 520 is called analytical procedures. Where does this fit? So it begs a bit of a question. So not quite sure what the perfect solution would be. What people are suggesting, from what I hear, doesn't seem to be getting acknowledgement around this table here, but I'll wait and hear other people to speak up on it. Thank you, Tom.
Maybe I can explain this before. So how we have fitted this in, to what does it anchor, your question? And in our standards, substantive procedures have a purpose, right? Which is to detect a material misstatement. If something is not precise enough, which is addressed by 520, it is not able to detect the material misstatement by itself. So it doesn't have a purpose. What we have done with these procedures is we've recognized them that they have the ability to attach themselves to something that has a purpose. So it is very consistent with the model that we already have in the IAASB. The only thing is they are not a 520 substantive analytical procedure. They are an analytical procedure, and the evidence that you get, you can use when designing the nature, timing, and extent of your further procedures. So this is how we fitted them in. And why we have, maybe coming back to Wendy's and others, why we have deleted that third bullet there. It is because a substantive analytical procedure stands on its own. You can do as somebody mentioned, we can do as a, yes, unless it's a significant risk, you can do in certain cases a substantive analytical procedure. Linking these things together promotes a lot of practical challenges in practice. So if auditors do not properly understand that something that is not precise cannot by itself achieve the purpose of a substantive procedure, then it would not be probably in the public interest for us to mingle these things. Now we have added application material to the scope paragraph in 520. Christy will speak to that paragraph later, where we do bring them in as a recognition, to your point, Nancy, in the framework standard. But they are not a requirement. They're just an acknowledgement that if these procedures find a purpose to attach themselves to, they can bring to the cumulative audit evidence, but they do not have a purpose by themselves. To the first bullet in A45, why we have added that example, and I appreciate we'll look at it. It was more in the sense of the requirement in paragraph 21, which talks about addressing a significant risk. And in that case, it could be misleading maybe if it didn't have a foreign example, but we can take a look and see how we can clarify that one. That was the reason why we had it, right?
So just to add to this point of Kalina's, it was also to acknowledge that by framing it as the first bullet is phrased now as performing substantive analytical procedures as the only substantive procedure, rather than performing only substantive procedures to address a risk. So it may be that you've determined that you will perform test of controls and substantive procedures, but you will only do, and that the kind of substantive procedure that you will do is substantive analytical procedures rather than test of details. and it's just an example. So it's a slight nuance of a distinction.
Some of it may be the language issue here, and just to look at it. Neil, you've been, some of this discussion has emanated from points that you've raised over the recent months there. So I see your 10 cards up, so I'd be remiss not to call upon you next.
I was going to try and stay out of this discussion.
No, you dropped us into it, so you're going to be part of it.
Well, so can I just go on the order of things that I was going to speak to? Maybe it comes up.
Okay.
But so the first.
We'll hold you accountable, though.
The first one's simple. I'm going to say it's on paragraph 18, but it's simpler than that. Now that we deleted paragraph 18, the standard reads a little bit weird. It says substantive procedures, and then the first thing is the auditor must get external confirmations. I think we need a little bit of a lead in there on 18 as to, like, substantive procedures are performed to respond to risks of material misstatement, etc. We need something there, otherwise it just doesn't flow properly. 21 could be a bit more controversial. On paragraph 21, now that we've made substantive procedures so precise, the superhuman substantive procedure, do we need it to exist in terms of 21, that once you've done this incredibly tight substantive procedure, I still need tests of detail? Because we know that the ones that are not precise are not called substantive procedures. They just add to evidence. So if I've got this very special substantive procedure, do I really need to still perform tests of detail?
Still think you avoided the last discussion. Well, I'll see how I feel about that in a second. Okay.
I agree with the deletion of paragraph 18, but just as said by Neil, it leaves it, there is a blank hole. It's just like in paragraph 8, we have a kind of overarching requirement in terms of in which situations you shall perform test of controls. And I think we need to have a similar overarching requirement for substantive procedures. That is, in which situations the auditors shall perform substantive procedures. Because I think the total deletion of 18 it is not quite right in terms of the 18 was actually not only about material callback, but also about significant callback. Now we deleted totally, which means we didn't address the significant callback. Are we expected or required to perform substantive procedures on a significant callback? That bit is missing here. Of course, if I think again, well, now because we allow test of control alone for certain assertions, which I don't agree always, but anyway, then it leaves, even for significant callback, we might not require performance of substantive procedures, right? So now I can fully understand why SMPAG put down their concern on, we are moving to a control-based audit approach because the importance or the weight of substantive procedures are reduced dramatically from the current 330, and I do have concern on that. And one way to address it, that is maybe we could recover some bit of 18 here by saying, auditors shall perform substantive procedures on significant callback, unless in rare circumstances you believe the test of control alone approach is appropriate. That's one comment. And my second comment is to echo what Nancy just said. I also believe that to require the substantive analytical procedure, the threshold is no more than performance materiality. Is too much. The level of precision may affect the level of assurance you can derive from that ASAP, but you can't ignore that the intended purpose or the auditor's objective to perform that audit procedure is to obtain all the evidence or is to detect material misstatement in the first place. It's not for risk assessment, not for overall conclusion, and it's there. And it will be odd that we introduce a fourth type of analytical procedure, for audit into 520 or in 330. So the way I take it is that we should allow SAP, which is maybe not so precise. So we may set down the requirement that it could not be used as the only substantive procedure or the only response to a material mistake, risk of a material misstatement, but to totally ban SAP with a threshold above PM. I think it's just too much. And another comment is application material A46A. The two examples here, I have some concerns. Example 1 is talking about the valuation of allowance for doubtful debts. Actually, I think the key, really the key consideration for the auditor here is not really, the agent, AR agent is accurate or not. It's really whether the percentage applied to those different categories of agent reflects what is required under expected credit loss model. So I think the first example and the second example, when it talks about the depreciation of PP&E, I think the last sentence, e.g., to compare the current period depreciation with the prior period, is not typically what auditors do. They will actually, how to say, to perform a reasonableness test, which is basically use the original value and apply the expected lifetime and then, to come up with a expectation. So I think it's different from what is typically done in practice. Thank you.
Okay, a number of points there, but I think people are coalescing around this concept that something needs to bridge to replace the now deleted paragraph 18. And Jay, Neil made that point. You provided some suggestions. I think the team will have to think about how to, rather than drafting on the fly, like I think take that back, but there's a sense that something has to be bridged in. I think this would be consistent with PCAOB, AICPA standards as well in some way, if done properly. But let's not assume what the drafting would look like, and there may be unintended consequences of doing things. And then you gave a number of other suggestions about examples in case materials. I think the team is all taking that on board. Philly?
Yeah, Tom, I just wanted to address also for the public record, this notion of that we're introducing a fourth category. We're not introducing a fourth category. Analytical, remember, you have a bucket of types of procedures, which is inspection, observation, confirmation, analytical procedures, whatever. Once you decide to take something out of that bucket, then you have to use it for a purpose. So if you take it out of that bucket, and it's analytical procedures that you're taking, and you're applying it for the purpose of identifying and assessing risk, it is a risk assessment procedure. If you take it out of that bucket and you want to use it to respond to a risk of material misstatement, and you package it as 520 tells you to package it, then it can be a substantive analytical procedure. If you don't package it as a substantive analytical procedure, but you're still performing it because you want to respond to a risk of material misstatement, all we're saying is it can contribute to your evidence, but on its own, it doesn't have a purpose. You either have to attach it to a test of control, or you have to attach it to a test of detail, to fulfill the purpose of either detecting a misstatement or obtaining evidence about the operating effectiveness of the controls. So we're not introducing a fourth category. We have to be very clear about that.
James, sorry.
Yeah, Philly, that makes a lot of sense. I agree with that. The slight uncertainty I think it leaves in the way that, because we've tried to differentiate very clearly between those analytical procedures which are essentially a refinement of the substantive test of detail or control that you're doing to help you make that better. I kind of understand the distinction and why we tried to do it. I do wonder if we're going to end up in a bit of uncertainty about how you score that refinement in the entire bucket of work that you've done. You know, to put it really crudely, does this mean I've got to do fewer samples, fewer tests of control because I've made that refinement? And I think that's the only kind of area of uncertainty it potentially introduces.
Okay. Yeah.
So James, the one piece we had was that if you took that procedure and you classified it as a risk assessment procedure, then that is going to impact your risk assessment, and therefore you will now have a lower sample size. And so classifying this procedure in risk, I think, drives down the extent of evidence you're going to get. Whereas having it's now in no man's land, it's just a procedure that you're getting evidence from, but you're still going to go and carry out procedures based on the original risk assessment. So I don't see that it's impacting your sample sizes, but it's contributing to your overall evidence. So that's why I'm reluctant to classify it as risk, because I think that does drive down sample sizes and reduces quality.
Any other reactions?
Okay, clearly quite a lot to think about. I don't think I will revert to anything that we haven't already done. I think various clarifications have been really helpful and a lot to think about and refine. To take us through pretty much to the end of 330, the changes in these sections were minimal and mostly reflecting comments of clarity, the intention to clarify various matters, and responsive to board feedback, in particular in the application material related to the standbacks and so on. And so at this point, I will just pause here.
Okay. 24 to 30. Robert.
25A. We might have discussed this in December, as there is no big alteration here. The first sentence implies that responding to the assessed risk of material misstatement, the auditor reduces detection risks only. And in other words, sufficient appropriate evidence is obtained through both the risk assessment and the responses to risk, not just responses to risk alone. This was something that popped up during my outreach.
Edo?
So and I'm in, what is it, A63A? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. So I'm in A63A, last bullet point, where we have the example of when a significant proportion of the risks that are risk of material misstatements at the assertion level across the financial statements have been addressed by test of controls alone. And we put a qualifier in there, says, well, maybe you should then think of doing more work. But some of the people that I spoke to take this, oh, is that now permitted? And they're worried about it, that you would be able to do test of controls alone on a significant proportion of them. So they read it differently and they're concerned, and I share that concern. And that's not what we intended to say. So this is something we need to work on in cleaning up. Thank you.
Yeah.
In 27, we changed consider, we changed it to evaluate. I feel like evaluate now assumes that this is going to result in a modification to the audit report. And I'm not sure if that is, whereas consider still has a little bit more flexibility, and perhaps this lack of evidence isn't going to be material to the opinion as a whole, to the financial statements as a whole. And so I felt that consider was still appropriate here rather than evaluate.
Neil, on that one, we are aligning to paragraph 34 of 540 revised, which was what the board told us to do last time. And that uses an evaluate. So we either be evaluate, consistent, or there must be a special reason why in 330 it should be a consider.
Okay.
To your point, Neil, about why we haven't opened the door on paragraph 21, we did talk about it and we did consider it. Where we landed is we've opened up that definition of substantive procedures, which now includes rather than comprise. On that basis, there is some opening up in that space, but for the reasons with the issues paper, we decided to stay what we have now, because the test of details responds directly to the factors giving risk to a significant risk. It is a significant matter, a significant risk. So in the interest of audit quality, this is where we've landed. But just to give you some comfort that by doing that include, there is a little bit of opening up there.
But the include goes to the substantive procedure definition, not to the test of detail.
Yes, correct.
You don't look convinced, Neil.
Well, it just means you still need to perform tests of detail. The include isn't relevant in the answer. So test of detail is still a narrow type of procedure. The include isn't an option that becomes available to respond. So you can't just have the substantive procedure or an alternative new procedure. You have to perform the test of detail as defined.
Well, the requirement has two sections, and I'm just going to look at them. So the first sentence talks about, in paragraph 1, talks about if you've determined that the risk is a significant risk, you will perform substantive procedures that are specifically responsive to that risk. So that substantive procedure now includes. So it's opened up on that basis. But you're very right that the second sentence still very much reads that when the approach is only substantive procedure, meaning you have not done control testing, then that will be a test of details. But the first part allows you to do.
Ada?
And I think we've landed in the right space here, Neil, because this at the moment, knowing what we have now, it tells you that if your substantive procedures are only substantive analytical procedures, that is not enough for a significant risk. And I agree with that. But and whatever fancy new procedure we may think of, if it's a significant risk, I would probably still want some test of details to be performed there. So I'm quite comfortable with where we landed here, also as a safeguard of not overemphasizing whatever we may come up with.
Jaya?
Comment on paragraph 27. The second sentence said that the auditor shall attempt to obtain further audit evidence. Can we delete the word attempt? It implies you might not access in the first place, right? So to make it more plain, the auditor shall design and perform additional further procedures, something like that. And then the next sentence, if the auditor is unable to do so, then we will consider the implication or blah, blah. But here, it means the auditor is unable to attempt to obtain further audit evidence. But when we look at this session, we're really stand back to assess, or evaluate the overall sufficiency and the appropriateness of all the evidence. So here, I think it should refers to if the auditor is unable to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence to respond to the wrongs. And if so, we shall consider or evaluate the implication. And also, I would recommend that we split the 27 into 2 paragraphs. And the second paragraph is specifically about if the auditor is unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. And I have a question here. Why do we still need the implication for the audit? Because I think the implication on audit opinion in accordance with 705 is enough. Thank you.
Do you want to come back? Oh. Let the record note that's a second strike. Kalina?
So just to respond to those comments. So I think I already mentioned now to Neil, if you look at paragraph 34 of ISA 540, there is an alignment between paragraph 27 and that paragraph, given that 540 links back to 330. So the board talked about these paragraphs previously, and the direction we got is align them. So the same wording, enable, sits in 540. We could probably extend that to say that the auditor is unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence if to do so is problematic. But this is the reason why those words are used there. So it mirrors another paragraph in another ISA.
Yeah, now I can see the reason behind that, but because I was not in the process of 540, and here I would still prefer that we address it from the risk of wrong perspective and get it back to unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Thank you.
Was your comment, Kalina, that the team will consider?
Yes, we can extend it. So we can, instead of to do so, we can add the full phrase. That's possible.
Okay. Any other comments? We're getting to the end of this standard, and I just want to make sure that anyone who hasn't had a chance to speak recently has a chance to raise any other issues on 330. If they so would like. Otherwise, you feel like all the topics that were necessary to be raised have been raised. Okay. Anna, I think we are substantially complete with 330.
Yes, we are. And I think I'll hand back down the line to Susan.
I guess I'm up. Okay, so ISA 500 was, as we all know, previously exposed and put aside until now. And so there have been some changes to this, but hopefully they've been true to what our intent for ISA 500 was. So we're going to start with plowing through the standard. And we'll start with paragraphs 1 through 8A and the related application material. And there have been really not very significant changes made to this material, but I am open for comments on them.
Okay. 1 to 8A. Let a moment pass. Greg?
It's just a small thing in the application material A to B. We still use the phrase in the box, the use of automated tools and techniques. I presume that's technological tools.
Thank you, Greg. We'll have to do a word search on that phrase.
Again, no, we were just making sure you're awake this afternoon, Greg. So you passed both tests today. You could actually leave your 10 card up 5 times before being ejected. Christelle?
I had the same comment than Greg, and I have another comment on A19. In application material A19, the example may be misleading because technological tool is used to describe what appears to be the entity's own automated process. As technological tools is intended to refer to the auditor's tools, I would recommend using a different term here. For example, automated process or similar wording to avoid confusion between the auditor's tools and the entity system. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Any other comment? I felt we definitioned you guys out on the last standard. Okay. Well, I am certain we're going to start getting comments.
Yes, I was going to say, everybody take a deep breath, and here we go. The next section is paragraphs 9 through 10C. Paragraph 9 requires the auditor to determine the relevance and reliability of information to be used as evidence. In paragraph, and in doing so, consider the source of the information and the attributes of reliability. Paragraph 10B indicates that the auditor can do this by either testing the operating effectiveness of controls over that information or performing other procedures to evaluate the reliability of the information. And then paragraph C, which is new to us, explains how if you plan to test the operating effectiveness of controls that address the reliability of information, you need to identify the controls, the IT applications and risks arising from the use of IT, and the GITCs that address those controls, and for each one of those controls, determine whether they've been designed and implemented. So we added 10C because originally we were thinking, oh, well, you're going to identify controls and do as in 315. So when we looked back at ISA 315, we noticed that all of that language in that paragraph are related to controls over the risks of material misstatement at the assertion level. And now we're not talking about controls over the risk of material misstatement at the assertion level. We're talking about controls over information to be used as audit evidence. So technically, the requirements in 315 don't apply in this situation. We also did not think it was appropriate to require the auditor to amend that guidance or requirements or guidance as appropriate to the situation. It's not good to have a requirement for the auditor to amend requirements and guidance. So we pulled the language, it's from ISA 315, paragraph 26, and we amended it as appropriate for the auditor in this situation. So those are the 3 paragraphs I want to talk about, but I thought it would be useful to break it down a little more finely and talk about them 1 paragraph at a time. So I'd like to start first with paragraph 9 and the application material in paragraphs A35 through A56L. And I want to, before we dive into that paragraph, I just want to point out one change that we made in the description of authenticity in paragraph A56, which we did in response to the direction we received from the board in December. And that was to say that authenticity is related to the information has been generated or provided by a source authorized to do so, and the information has not been altered in a manner that makes it unreliable for the audit. And this language was taken from some PCOB guidance that was issued in response to the same issue that they were experiencing with their description of authenticity. So with that, I will open it up to comments on paragraph 9
So
and the related application material.
So just paragraph 9?
Yes, I'm expecting such a volume of comments that I thought it would be best to go one paragraph at a time.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because the slide's a little bit different.
I know this was a game time decision.
Okay, we like game time decisions. Amara.
Thanks, Tom. It's just a consideration that the second paragraph on 9B actually applied to both situations, the source of information and the attributes. So I suggest to add or to move this to the main paragraph 9.
Just to be clear, the second sentence, the added sentence of 9.
Yeah, sentence, sorry.
Is pervasive to both
Yeah.
bullets. Okay. Neil.
Thank you, Tom. So paragraph 9, so the additional words of the auditor shall design and perform audit procedures, I think has created some discomfort. And I think what I'd share is a couple of weeks ago, someone brought a piece of technology to me. It was AI related, and you took a whole lot of evidence and you put it into this pile, and the AI was going to give you a rating around whether this information was authentic, if it had been changed, etc. There were a few things that struck me. First of all, everyone else in the room said, well, this isn't really for audit. You should talk to the forensics teams. And then the other piece was that it wasn't actually that good, because trying to design and perform procedures in isolation over a single piece of information isn't actually what gets you that the evidence is false, wrong, not authentic. And so I'll use another example where there was a fraud in the audit, and the contract, we looked at the contract actually looked okay. The payment looked fine as well, and the board approval was also fine. All of that looked relevant, reliable, authentic. But it wasn't that, it was the sequencing. The fact that the money flowed before the contract was agreed, and the contract was agreed before the board had actually signed off on it. And so it wasn't the individual pieces of information that was the problem. It was the ability to stand back and be professionally skeptic over this. So my sense is that we're creating an environment here to perform procedures that may not actually move the dial on quality. I think it will become distracting in many instances. So this design and perform audit procedures up front here, I think is really, really difficult. If you have to have design and perform procedures, I would move it to B only, so that it's attaching itself to the attributes of reliability. So that would be the first piece around the design and perform. And then the other piece that keeps coming back is what is significant when it comes to the attributes. So I keep hearing that in each of the outreach. They always say, what is the significance?
Christel.
Paragraph 9 appears to contradict application material A56C, which state that accuracy and completeness may not always be significant for achieving the intended purposes of audit procedures when performing risk assessment procedures. I believe that the extent of procedures performed on information used for further audit procedures should be greater than for information used for risk assessment. I would therefore welcome clarification in paragraph 9 that the requirement regarding accuracy and completeness applies only to information used for further audit procedures. Thank you.
Julia?
Paragraph 9 talks about the relevance and the reliability, but in the following paragraph, only reliability stays and the relevance is gone. And also go back to Neil's comments, and I would suggest that we delete the design and perform, leave it as evaluate, because I think of relevance, you don't do 10B, 10C for relevance. It's something you can make judgment on. You probably need to perform procedure on reliability, right? Thank you.
Wendy?
Okay, on 9, sounds like I'm going to be a little bit of an, thank you, of an echo chamber. I don't support the addition of design and perform audit procedures either in the introductory paragraph, and would suggest to revert to the intro from December. And I think Shaway and Neil already gave the reasons, and I don't think it impacts what the auditor is intended to do, to take information and turn it into audit evidence. Good news is I don't think it affects the consequential and conforming amendments, because the changes were not brought through there. And then I do have a comment on 9B. And I think it's more, oh no, I think 9B is the same comment that Christelle had. And I think the issue with 9B is A56C seems to conflict, and 9B is probably not principles-based enough. So those are my 2 comments on 9.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I just want to pick up Neil's second point about significance. So I've been mulling over this rather important concept of significance in the circumstances to meet the intended purpose, and asking myself, is that the right sort of concept? And are we clear enough in this draft standard about what that concept actually means? We first go off to professional judgment, which is good, but then are we giving enough guidance about how that professional judgment is to be exercised by the auditor when they're trying to determine which of the attributes are of significance? So I'm happy with the principle, so I'm not worrying so much about what we've got in the requirements. It's more, have we got sufficient material in the application material that actually colours in this concept, so that auditors exercising professional judgment will understand, firstly, what do we mean? What is this notion of significance to meet the intended purpose? So, you know, is it based on importance, relative importance, risk, a combination of all of those things? There are hints in certain, like A56A, that it's relative importance. Well, relative to what? Other attributes, I guess, but is it just outright importance to the audit, to the bundle of evidence you've got? The list of bullet points under A56A, though, sort of give you a much more of a risk flavour. So, in other words, as the auditor thinks about what's of significance, these bullet points are sort of pointing towards what could go wrong, what might not quite pan out the way, in other words, a risk sort of lens. So I guess it's have we got enough, and probably A35, but then built on an A56A, have we got enough that actually clearly explains what does this concept mean? What do we expect auditors to do as they think about this and try to operationalize it? I think at the moment we're sort of backing several horses in the same race. We're putting a bit of money here and a bit of money there. So I think we just need to clarify in our own minds what we're talking about, and then we need to probably look at some potential redrafting of the guidance. So I'm just reinforcing, I'm not suggesting we change the requirement. But I did have another comment about another paragraph, Tom, but I think that's probably a big enough thing just to put on the table. So I'll pause there and then come back later for the other one. Thanks.
Okay, Robert?
I refer to the attributes of reliability, A56. You mentioned the modification with respect to authenticity. I remember very well that we discussed this in December. Didn't we or don't we introduce now another form of circularity here? Because authenticity is an attribute of reliability. And now we try to explain authenticity with reliability. So and even if it's coming from PILB or whatever sources, my suggestion is, as we suggested in December, going back to the term inappropriately altered period. So delete the last modification which you have in here. Then with respect to A56 capital C, there's just a suggestion to also include an example for accuracy. You included examples for completeness. And then with respect to A56 capital F little a, again, authenticity. For my stakeholder, there was a great concern about situations in which authenticity is not a significant attribute. So the question is, can we give some further guidance with respect to this situation or examples in here? Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. So I'll come in on 9 and the insertion of design and perform audit procedures. And then the concern that outreach that I performed was voicing is that this now seems to create a perception that these need to be targeted to relevance and reliability, rather than considering the much more how do you call it? It's the you do this concurrently with the procedures that you're after. So you want to audit something, and whether it's accounts receivable or whatever it is, you design procedures, and along the way, and that's I think the concept that we're trying to establish with 500 is you get a piece of information. And what we're trying to establish here is you get that piece of information. Can I rely on this? And I get the comments, and I appreciate that. Well, you wouldn't ask for this information if it wasn't relevant. So designing a procedure for the purpose of relevance, questionable, but the whole concept of you do this together in light of the purpose of the procedure, you consider what you get along the way. And often you will do procedures that in performing those procedures, you will get to the reliability of the information. I think we are now disassociating them a little bit too far. And I wonder if we can bring that back together. I have sympathy for those concerns raised, and I think we can. I think definition already is clear that it's only audit evidence after procedures have been performed to it. So making it explicit here, we wonder what the added value is. Thank you.
James?
Yeah, just on paragraph 9, because this isn't something that I can add flagged as an issue for me. And just in response to Edo, I remember many times asking for information that I was told would be relevant that turned out not to be. So I guess that would be my reaction to that. But I suppose on a more simplistic level, before that was added in, it said the auditor shall evaluate the relevance and reliability of information intended to be used as audit evidence. So isn't that an audit procedure? So what's the distinction then? What's the difference that's being inserted? I don't really see the problem because you were already being asked to design and perform an audit procedure.
James, I think it's causing confusion in the marketplace. Like by definition, in fact, by definition, it's already a result of a procedure. So like, I think what the marketplace is telling us, it looks like we're creating a new separate procedure. And I don't think that was the intention, right? Billy, you wanted to come in? Okay. Or not?
Thank you, Tom. My comment is on the paragraph 10C. Not yet?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Not yet. See, I already anticipated that, Billy?
Thank you, Tom. And I must say, I have a lot of sympathy for what Ado said. I think we are introducing a level of complexity here that we didn't intend. I fully agree with the fact that, and that's actually what we're saying in A14, paragraph A14D, that evaluating evidence is part of the procedures that you perform. But I think what we've lost, and I know, Susan, you want to do 9 and 10 separately, and I will keep it separate, because I do think in the end you need to look at 9 and 10 together, because it is about what you go. It's all about this whole evaluation is a continuous thought process. So what I wanted to come in on is Greg's and other board members' points, which I think is a fair point. What do we mean by what we say there? Attributes of reliability that are of significance in the circumstances to meet the intended purposes. So how do we think about that? And I just want to check if this resonates with the board, because if this resonates with the board, we may have a direction that we can go. If it doesn't, then we obviously need to go back to the drawing board. So in paragraph A56A, we have a sentence that says, the second sentence that says, significance can be described as the relative importance of a matter and is judged by the auditor in the context in which the matter is being considered, which is just a little bit of it's an adaptation from what we have in our glossary of terms. But if you unpack that a little bit, so if we say it is the significance of a matter in context, what are we talking about? So in this situation, the matter we're talking about are the attributes of reliability. The context we're talking about is to meet the intended purpose of the audit procedures. Okay, so if we start putting those things together, what does it mean to consider the attributes of reliability that are of significance in the circumstances? Remember, the B part is part of evaluate the relevance and reliability and consider the attributes. Now, in our language, consider means think carefully about before you make a decision. So what we're really saying there is think carefully about the attributes of reliability that matter most in the situation, given what you are trying to achieve with the audit procedure. Because not all attributes matter equally in every situation. So if we then ask ourselves, so what do we mean with what matters most? Then I think we are saying, for this information, in the end, to provide me with reliable audit evidence, these are the attributes, the ones that you are singular, or attribute, it may be just one. This is the attribute or attributes that must be true because they would be of the greatest consequence to the reliability of the evidence I'm trying to get. So in the end, it is about saying, what is the most consequential for me for the purpose of the audit procedure and the reliability of the evidence that I want to obtain? And that applies irrespective of the type of procedure you're performing. Because if you think about what attributes, the attributes, what is of most consequence in me achieving the purpose of my procedure, and those attributes are not true, and you're busy with a risk assessment procedure, you may end up with an ill-informed risk assessment, which could have consequences. If you're busy with a test of controls, you may end up drawing a wrong conclusion about the operating effectiveness of controls, which have a knock-on effect on other procedures. Or if you're busy with a substantive procedure, you may end up using a piece of information and if those attributes that you say are matters most in that circumstance, you may end up not actually reducing detection risk and therefore draw a wrong conclusion about whether there's a material misstatement or not. So I just want to see if that resonates with the board or not, if this is a pathway to pursue.
Any thoughts from the board? Sammy?
Yes, I'm very okay with what Willie had just explained. The only thing is for 9B is that the second part of paragraph B, where it says, when information intended to be used as audit evidence is from source internal to the entity, the attributes of accuracy and completeness ordinarily are of significance. I'm just concerned that if we limit it to only these two attributes, and I know that we are saying ordinarily, but in practice, it might limit to the work to considering only these two attributes in these cases, which might not be always the right answer. Thank you.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. And thanks, Willie. I think that's a very helpful way of framing, I guess, what I was searching for. So your proposal, if the board is sort of supportive of where you were heading, would be to then make some adjustments to the wording to reflect that sort of thought process?
Yeah, I think it's a question of it's a fair challenge that we have not adequately explained what we mean by consider this attributes that are of most significant, the attributes that are of significance in the circumstances. So I think that should be explained clearer. And I think the other thing that will come out is exactly what Ado pointed to. How do we bring back that notion of this is not, we're not stepping back in terms of you have to evaluate the relevance and reliability of evidence. I think that's absolutely crucial. But we have lost that notion of this is not an enormous extra piece of work you need to do necessarily. This just comes out in either concurrently with the procedures you're performing, or yes, in certain instances, if it is a system-generated report you're going to use and you haven't done any test of controls yet, maybe you do need to do test of controls, or you may rely on other procedures. We need to bring back that notion that it is all in the flow of how you evaluate the relevance of the relevance and reliability of the evidence.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tom. I mean, the two things that we're moving from. Firstly, the auditors currently are they assume that the information is correct unless something comes to their attention, right? So we are dialing, we're changing that and we're dialing it up. But I think the connectivity to when they're performing the procedure is critical here, because it's creating this impression and anxiety that this is a separate earlier test over a body of information that I now need to perform before I can begin my procedures. And that, I think, will then bring the temperature down a little bit, that all we're doing is just dialing it up a fraction, that, hey, rather than assuming that this information is appropriate when you perform the procedure, just be a little bit more skeptical during the performance of the procedure. And I think that'll help with the understanding.
But Neil, what you said it's consistent with what Billy was saying. It's just with a heightened sensitivity to that point.
Correct. Yeah, I don't disagree with what he's saying. Yeah.
Okay. Ado?
Thank you. Neil, I think we go a little bit further, and rightfully so, because what this standard tries to achieve is a much more behavioral change in, as the auditor performs procedures and they get something, they need to think about, why can I rely on this information for the purpose of my audit procedure? And so they either need to do something, or they've done something, or they will do it in the process anyway. And in my view, that is sort of, if you get from the entity itself, it's typically, why is this accurate? Why is this complete? And particularly when it goes from sources external to the entity, that's where the other attributes come a little bit more into play, because accuracy and completeness is very hard to establish in those circumstances. That's not to say that for certain pieces of information from the entity, you should also think of authenticity and credibility. But I think it's that mindset, this behavioral change of, oh, I get a piece of information, I cannot assume it is okay. No, I need to think about it, do something about it, because otherwise it can't be audit evidence. So we're aligned on those thought processes. Good.
Helena?
Yes, no, heard about design and perform audit procedures. It's not liked. The reason why we had it there is because, and I know Susan is taking these separately, but then 10B talks about in designing and performing the audit procedures required by paragraph 9. I also want to make the board aware that when we were approving 570, for example, our recently approved going concern standard talks about the auditor shall design and perform audit procedures to evaluate in designing and performing the audit procedures required by. So it's kind of aligning with the more recent thinking of the board and new standards. I think it's important for the board to consider that they've already talked about designing and performing audit procedures to evaluate something. So it's not a new concept, but I do understand that in the context of 500, it may provoke a reaction that is there. Willy, to your conversation about significance and that threshold. Significance was added in post-exposure because we had something like, when we exposed, we had something like those attributes that are applicable in the circumstances, which was perceived by our market as too broad. They were saying this is not a checklist, right? Once you've established reliability, you're done. That can be one attribute, it can be more. It was also in response to those who were saying your requirements now are broad to all sources of information, which is true, internal or external. In some cases, you may not be able to talk about accuracy and completeness in the context of external information. So that significance has a broader meaning than just what are those attributes that are most important to the information. It's sometimes a practicality consideration. But I hear you about making it clear in the application material what it is. It's obviously going to be different depending on the information and the source and the attributes. Somebody made the point that second sentence applies to both. They interrelate. They're written in a linear manner here, A and B, but if you read that the attributes and their descriptions, they also consider about the source and vice versa. So they are kind of an A and a B there, but they interlink together. So in the requirement, which is why they sit in 9. Just wanted to give that that context based on the discussion. And Susan, if you have.
I don't feel like I have much space to add anything after Willy and Helena. So are we ready to move on to paragraph?
Kiko has her 10.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I hope my voice is better than yesterday, but yeah, thank you. Thank you for the team for your hard work. Yeah, I think it's really excellent because now it's really the important concept as we discussed, the attribute, reliability, etc. That is more clearer. Maybe we need to brush up a little bit more, but and to understand non-practitioner like me. Thank you so much. And yeah, I have already the comment on attributes. Yeah, so we already focused on authenticity, but yeah, authenticity and credibility. Oh, I'm in A56, and those two are already focusing on source of the information. And I try to distinguish those two. And maybe authenticity is clearer because, yeah, it's already the source is authorized if really that organization or something or the person. Yeah, but I still have the similar comment to Robert because there is a kind of circular within the sentence. Authenticity is something reliable, and then what is reliability, etc. So that is number one. And the other thing I'm wondering, I'm trying to understand is credibility. So we say the source can be trusted, but if I can trust, it can be trusted and it can be credibility. So it's yeah. So maybe some people may think it's authentic, so that's why it's credible, or someone think like differently. So if it's not very, I think the real procedure wouldn't be like this. But when stakeholders see this and what this is credibility, and then the source can be trusted, and how you trust this. So that is what I thought. I try to understand. Thank you.
Greg?
Tom, I'm just checking. I just had a query about authenticity, a particular paragraph there. Are we still? Yep. So you're happy for that now? Yep. So this is A56F little a, and it's the sentence we've deleted about not necessary for the auditor to consider authenticity in every individual record or document encountered in an audit. So authenticity is a bit of a connected puzzle with the different standards and, you know, what's included. So for me, getting comfortable with removing the first sentence out of paragraph A24 of ISA 200, I was comfortable with that on the basis of the package of what we had elsewhere, and we've now deleted this, which was part of, I think, what got me comfortable around authenticity. So what we've deleted seemed quite an important thought still, that there's not an expectation that an auditor will have to consider the authenticity of every single document or record in their audit process. So I guess I'm just testing the waters for any discomfort around the table, but certainly I felt I'd be happy if we reworded it, like ordinarily it won't be necessary or something like that, but it just seemed a bit blunt to take it out because it's quite a helpful statement to have. Thank you.
Nancy?
Sorry. Yeah, thanks, Tom. So I'm just trying to follow the conversation and maybe I missed it. I just want to confirm my understanding of it. We talked about this notion of significant attribute, and I thought, relating back to our previous conversation, it was very much trying to help practitioners and users of the handbook to understand that it's not always necessary to look at all 5 of the attributes, right? So we're keeping that notion of significant attribute, and I think that's important. So what we're talking about is clarifying it, and that whether that second sentence introduced some ambiguity when we now talk about internally generated information and is primarily just accuracy and completeness. Is that where we're kind of at? Because I guess in principle, I'm comfortable with what we've got there, and I'm struggling with, I guess, the complexity people are reading into it. I thought some of the concerns could be dealt with more in the application material maybe, but maybe I overread it. I'm just looking for some clarity. Thanks.
Nancy, my understanding is that we have to look at, in the requirement, we should look at this design and perform procedures, which was problematic. There was some suggestion from Sami asking about why it's only accuracy and completeness, but otherwise the majority should come in the application material, explaining some of the concepts that Billy was talking about and others in the room. So it's probably looking at what we have in the application material, repositioning it, clarifying it, and making sure that it's conveying the message more directly and straightforward. Tom, at least that was my takeaway. I don't know if I'm wrong there.
I think so.
Just wanted to come back on the authenticity piece. So the definitions for credibility in Kiko and authenticity were exposed as part of ED. It was one of the area where we did ask comments from respondents. They are very well understood. The definition of the authenticity was changed last time by striking out inappropriately altered for the reason that it gave the message that it's only fraud-related matters. This is how it was perceived. But by doing that, we actually, which was a good point raised by the board, does every alteration now become in the scope of authenticity? For example, a photocopy of a document or changing the format of the information from hard copy to electronic. So those were not clear, which is why it was added in a manner that makes it unreliable for the audit. We appreciate that the word unreliable is a word that overlaps with reliability in the standard, but my question for the board is, has it resolved that issue that was there before? And is there a better word than unreliable, which is not probably the word inadequate, which we cannot use in this context, that could be inserted? That would be helpful if anybody has suggestions. Talking about this with Willy also had some suggestions. I also think we could probably say in a manner that makes it inappropriate for the audit. Maybe that is something that could work. Or Willy, what was your suggestion?
The only one I could come up with, Kalina, because I acknowledge that the team really struggled to find a way to describe it, is in a manner that invalidates it for the audit. That was the only other thing I could come up with. But to Kalina's point, the important thing here is remember, and obviously we are open to any comments or suggestions. The problem we were trying to solve is people were attaching the fact that we said inappropriately altered, that it's only linked to fraud. Yeah. And so people were linking that to fraud, and we are saying, but authenticity is not just always linked to fraud. I mean, something can change because authenticity simply means that it's been modified from what the original was or intended to be. Sometimes something can be modified and there was no malicious intent. It might not be fraud. And that was the link we were trying to break. But obviously we've not landed in the right spot yet.
That's true. And the last point where I think Greg's concerned there, that sentence was deleted, Greg, because we did receive comments from offline comments that, okay, it's fine that it's not every individual record or document, but what is the upper threshold? How much should there be, 10, 20? So this was the point that was tripping off people. So I don't know, to Greg's question, how does the board feel about inserting that sentence with the modification that Greg suggested?
I agree with Greg, and so I support what you just said, Kalina, to reinstate the sentence with the suggestion that Greg made.
So I would disagree with that. And there were good reasons for taking the sentence out, because it now creates this ambiguity of, so people are going to do some random procedures to at least satisfy a requirement that some documents need to be done, even though there may be instances that there are, even though when there's no instances where authenticity is of significance. So I'm fully supportive of having this language out. And as I have the mic, so listening to the alternative suggestions on changing that makes it unreliable. Well, I don't like any of them. I appreciate the notion that it could be perceived as circular. I personally am not there, and I am much more for clarity, and I think everybody understands what we mean in using the language that we now have. And there's an added benefit is that it aligns with another global standard setter or the US standard setter as well, which would promote consistency and understanding of what this does. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Kalina, for your explanation. And in terms of authenticity, yes, thank you for thinking about the alternatives. I think inadequate, invalid, those kind of things is fine because if we say reliable, this word is really a general word in the general life, but in this standard, maybe reliability has already the important. It's very important factor. So I really recommend to use a different word. So that is one thing. And the credibility. Thank you for sharing that you already exposed this. Is this before holding package or yes?
The attributes were exposed in the holding package, including their descriptions. The only description that has been modified subsequently to the holding package, I think, was the one for authenticity that we did now.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yes. Why I ask this is because we have a different world now. So maybe at that time, maybe AI was not so spreading and the fake news, fake information. So maybe how to say our external environment is different. And reflecting our discussion so far in terms of authenticity, to make people understand how practitioners deal with authenticity. To do that, you create this really excellent job to identify. It was there, but it's very clear. Yeah, what practitioner will see is attributes. Those 5 attributes is very important, and they choose some of those when they evaluate reliability. So we will explain like that. So in that case, maybe people will see again those 5, and now we have really different environment. So I'm happy to expose this sentence, but we need to think about now the time is different. Thank you.
Hernan?
Thank you, Tom. Regarding the definition of authenticity, I think that we could explore the use of the word in a manner that doesn't allow the audit to assess the reliability. And we are not being circular, and we are remaining with the accurate word. In a manner that doesn't allow the auditor to assess the reliability. To evaluate, okay.
Okay. I think we should get a lot, if you have any suggestions for that language, make sure the team gets it. We've had a few words inappropriate, etc. But make sure you get those comments to the team. Nancy, were you trying to come in?
I was just going to toss one more out to add to the heap for you to consider. So maybe something like doubtful for use in the audit. Just another thought.
Okay. We'll take that back. I guess the one issue we haven't fully hammered out was that we had on 56 FA, right? We had some different points of view of that first sentence. Like there may be a halfway house. Like I think Ado's making a good point about the behavioral change we were trying to draw. And if you reinsert it, it may not have the intended effect. But I think what Greg wants to point out that it does not have to be the whole universe, right? And so maybe there's some parenthetical we could put. There may be instances, but not every, or something along those lines that but I don't want it to be drafted. I think we could acknowledge the concern that you're trying to address and see whether noodling on it between now and then. You would be really concerned though, Ada, if we reinserted that sentence.
Yes, because it goes beyond the principle. Well, the principle is if it's of significance, you need to do something. If it's not, you don't. And we don't need to explain in an audit what we don't do. We need to explain what you should do.
I think the challenge is that the language had existed previously. And so the question is, will it be overinterpreted? Is that your point, Greg?
Yeah, and it's right. It's audit expectation gap 101. And it was just part of the fabric of what we had, and we're taking it out completely. It works with other things, so we have a range of standards that I think help to sort of paint the whole picture around authenticity and the auditor's role. But this, I felt, was an element of that picture, and we're just taking it out totally. So I guess I hear Ado, but I wonder if there's another way around it. But yeah, up to you.
Robert.
With respect to the latter one, I think I was a strong opponent of taking this out, this sentence, which you more or less criticized in one of the last meetings. However, I'm fine with it now because I think you have to read 56 capital F little a in conjunction with the one prior to this, which is A56 capital F double A, where it requires professional judgment about applying audit procedures with respect to authenticity. So I'm fine with that.
Is your solution then to combine them? Or?
No, just leave it as it is. I'm fine. Yeah, so I'm more on Edo's point or Edo's side. The other one is again unreliable manner or inappropriately altered the discussion we had with the definition of authenticity, just to make sure whatever the outcome will be, the final solution, to align it, because in some other paragraphs like A56 capital G, you use inappropriate alteration. So I don't know whether you want to use then there the same phrase as you like in unreliable or whatsoever.
Okay. I think we've done paragraph 9 some justice. And the good thing is that was the easy paragraph, maybe. I don't know.
No, actually, I think it's downhill from here.
Good. Well, we'll test it. It's so. Oh, Sammy.
Just a very quick note here on A56B with regard to the second example, and this talks about an electronic confirmation. I just want to say that these events or these issues are very sensitive, and I've seen fraud cases at which electronic confirmations have been used, and the whole email domain was falsified. The other side, the other party that was doing the confirmation was not authentic, was not appropriate. So it's just, I don't know, these examples, it's examples of cases that are very sensitive. And sometimes when they are there, auditors might say, well, we contacted the party that sent the confirmation and nothing appeared to us to be of an issue. So I'm not sure if we should keep the example the way it is, or maybe we just say that whenever there is an electronic confirmation, authenticity has to be considered very carefully in these situations without going into much more details. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on 9? I think this is a good opportunity for us to break. What I suggest is It's 2:38. Why don't we reconvene at 5 minutes after the hour, 25-minute break? I think that's adequate, and then it gives us time to get through the rest of the materials today. Okay? So reconvene at 5 minutes after the hour. Okay, we're back and ready to go. We're turning to the different paragraph 10s now.
Okay, so we can put 9 in our rearview mirror for now. And we're going to now focus on 10B, and I'm going to take it together with 10C. I'm taking a walk on the wild side. So 10B requires, in designing and performing the audit procedures required by 9, you shall either test the operating of effectiveness of the controls that address the reliability of the information or perform other audit procedures. Now, whatever we decide to do with designing and performing procedures in 9, rest assured we will carry it through till 10. So, and then 10C says if you decide that you plan to test the operating effectiveness of controls over the information, then you shall identify the controls. Based on the controls identify IT applications, the related risks from the use of IT, the entity's general IT controls that address the risks, and for each of those, do design and implementation. Now, we pulled this, as I mentioned earlier, from ISA 315, paragraph 26. And the reason we didn't just refer the auditor over to 26 was because ISA 315 is focused on the risk of material misstatements at the assertion level. And these controls that we're talking about here are not the same kinds of controls. So that's why we did this. So with that in mind, and I will say I want to point out one of the things that we got comment on with 10B is that there was an implication, or people read into it, that you had to do both A and B, so both test controls and perform other procedures, which was not our intent. So at the end of the intro, it used to say or, and we thought the or was just getting lost. So we replaced it with either because it takes up a little more real estate and maybe was more noticeable. However, now we're getting messages that implies that you have to do one or the other, and you can't do both. So I've heard that message, and I'm going to recommend to the team that we go back to or. But anyway, so those are really the things that I wanted to bring out in paragraphs 10B and 10C. So Tom, I will open for questions.
Okay. 10B and 10C. Bill?
Wouldn't it be and or to allow you to do both?
So in the language of IAASB, or means and or.
Does it?
It does.
Only in the world of audit standard
No.
setters does or mean something differently than actually or means in English.
Tom, just before to supplement Susan, so either or one or more of the following we could possibly add if that helps.
Okay, James?
Thank you. So I'm looking at paragraph 10C. So the issues paper, I think, says that the reason for introducing this is that there may be some operational data or controls that you want to test that aren't covered by the financial reporting framework, or sorry, the financial reporting controls, and therefore are out of scope of 26. And I think you've iterated today and explained that actually there is a problem with 26 and the scope of controls testing there. And I'm not convinced by that. I'm not convinced that there is that gap. I appreciate that 26 is about risks of material misstatement, but what I'm doing here is testing the reliability of information that I'm using in order to address a risk of material misstatement. So I don't see how what we've currently got precludes this. But I think more importantly, how does this relate to 330 paragraph 8? So I've now got 3 sources of stuff in the standards related to controls. I've got it in 315 around risk assessment. I've got the response to risk in 330A and B, and I've got this. My concern about it is if we're thinking, and we've talked a little bit about creating confusion, this to me potentially creates confusion. and an expectation of additional work over and above what I think you could already get into 330 AMB.
Anand?
Thank you, Tom. My comment is on paragraph 10C, small c. It's just about the structure. I suggest to use a different level for the actions that we are requiring in the text to be coherent with the small v. Then we can say for each control identified in A and B3, and in the different level, evaluate whether blah, 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 and in other level, determine whether blah, 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 to be coherent with the structure of small v. Thank you.
How many blahs was that? 4, okay, good. We'll make sure we got that in. Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. So a few points. So first off, thank you for that clarification. That was going to be my comment as well on the either. So you got that one. I'm on paragraph 10B little a. So if we were to maintain that concept, I think we need to talk about the significant attributes of the reliability rather than just addressing reliability, because the reference is to paragraph 9. And in paragraph 9, we specifically said we're looking at significant attributes. So that concept need to carry through into your 10 big B little a that address, I don't know, I actually have something here, that address the attributes of reliability of information that are of significance in the circumstances. So borrow back from that to get that significant attribute back in there. Next comment is on B, and we're hearing a little bit from the feedback that when you are asked to perform other audit procedures, then perhaps we could add some application material, especially to help guide some of the smaller practitioners in terms of what might be appropriate to do under those circumstances. So maybe contemplate seeing whether some application material could be added to help some of those practitioners out. On 10C, big C, so struggling with the structure a little bit, we're testing operating effectiveness of controls. And your last point is to, so then you go back in and identify control, based on them, identify applications and so on and so forth. It looks like your C is, your little c is part of the big C lead in. So wondering if you would contemplate or consider building that C back up there. And then after doing A and B, you haven't explicitly say that they have to test the operating effectiveness. So it was a presumption that if you plan to test operating effectiveness as the start of the sentence, but you actually haven't say, go and test the procedures. So take a look at that small c, bring the concept up to the top, and then replace it with, now that you've identified and all of that, do the actual testing. I think that's it. Thank you.
Kiko?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Yes, I have two comments on this 10B and 10C. So my first comment is a bit similar to what Xiaoyun said for number 9, but my comment is specifically for the test of control. And yeah, so when I look at agenda item 7, issue paper, paragraph 15, so yeah, so the definition of test of controls has been broadened. Yes, but here it says the test of controls may be used when evaluating both the relevance and reliability. However, looking at different places in agenda item 7, issue paper, and also 10B, 10C, these mention only reliability. So for me, it was not clear if test of control can be used to evaluate not only reliability, but also relevance or not. So this is the first comment. And the second comment is that yes. So yeah, in agenda 7, in the same place. So issue paper, paragraph 15, small b. It's about the interaction between the 500 and 315 and 330. So it's clear that testable controls performed at the assertion level can be also served to evaluate the reliability of audit evidence. I think you explained a little bit, and I partially understand, but not very clear. Yeah. So in the 500 draft, so 10B requires evaluating reliability through test of control with further details in 10C. So during my outreach, people were wondering whether the test of control here intended to be the same as those performed under 315 and 330. Yes, are there any other test of control that are not required in 315, 330, but expected specifically here in 5,000? So if they are the same, in that case, maybe it's clearer to refer to 350 or 330, but maybe hearing your explanation, that might not be the case. But if it's the same, maybe it's simpler to refer to 315 or 330. And it's also applied to the airline example in A65 or it's something already required in 330, so we may not need to replicate it here in 500. However, if we like to require any other test of control that are not required in 315 or 313, so in that case, maybe the examples should be revised, because this airline example is already something done within 330. So maybe we need an example more specifically highlight one of those unique case which is required here in 10B or C. So thank you.
Amara?
Thanks, Tom. Well, my suggestion is much more in terms of structure and location. So I think when I read 10B, I found a little bit odd that A required a test of operator effectiveness, and I will only identify in 10CA. So to me, it makes much more sense in 10B little a to state identify and test the operating effectiveness. And then with that, when I get to 10C, I don't need to identify, because this is the first step to know exactly to test the operating effectiveness. I have to identify before. This is the first step. And then I'll have just suggestion in 10C little b. We have so many words in English, but we use identified and identify in the same sentence. So maybe try to fine tune, find something different, because based on controls identified in A, that's not A in my view, is in 10B A, identify again. So maybe find some other word. I don't have ideas for that.
Jaya?
Thank you, Tom. A comment on 10C, and I share the similar observation as Nancy, that this paragraph is not complete because it only talks about understanding control, including design and implementation. It doesn't include the test itself. So if you read it together with 10B, it might implies, that's the test you mean, which is not. And a second thought is that it might be preferable to make reference to 315 instead of repeating pretty much repeating the content from 315. And a small point is 3C little b, the second point. For such IT application, then we should also add in and other aspects of IT environment. I think that's in 315. Thank you.
Wendy?
So I have a lot of sympathy. I like that word, Edo. I have a lot of sympathy for some of the comments that have been made around the table by Makiko, especially by Makiko and James. And so I offer a solution for 10B and 10C. I think they can be combined, streamlined, and put in an order that is more understandable, which would be A, identify the controls, B, determine whether the controls are designed and implemented, C, test for operating effectiveness, or D, perform other procedures. I think that would streamline it. There could be an alternative to cross-reference to 315 and 330, but I don't think we need to, I don't like that as an alternative. It's just something to think about it. I think my major concern is I'm not sure it's clear what's incremental versus what is required by each of 330 and 500. So, an example is, what procedures are incremental related to the data on which an accounting estimate is based on in 540. And then presuming the changes in ISO 505, you would follow the steps in 505 and you would be done, right? You don't need to come back here. So just something to think about. And I can send in drafting suggestions if you would appreciate that. Thank you.
Ada?
Thank you. So it's in respect of 10C, and I think and appreciate I'm part of the project team or project board member to the project team. I think they got it right theoretically, but from my outreach, I also hear that it confuses people. Why is this now here? Could we maybe bring it into 315? Have that concept of identification of controls there, but I also appreciate that's not a risk assessment procedure. So why should it be in 315? So the perception this gives towards test of controls, I fully appreciate. I hear that as well. And then if I stand back from this, we are in 10B saying you need to test the operating effectiveness of those controls. So that then brings us to a point where we say, well, but if you test operating controls, now we're going to outline what steps you need to do before that, where I think 95 out of the 100 auditors will understand before I can test it, I need to identify it and I need to understand how it sits in the overall framework and what its role is. So I think for a lot of people, whilst this may be technically correct, it's frivolous. And so I had sympathy for Charrier's suggestion that if you're in this scenario, look at 315 for the identification and yada yada this because it is literally or more or less a copy of what's in there. So that's that. But yeah, it confused people around me. Yeah, theoretically it's correct. I get it. Construct I'm happy with, but I also see what it does. Thank you.
Robert?
Well, thanks, Susan. You're going to solve the issue with either or on 10B. So I move on to 10C. Capital C, little b, triple I. The approach you're have here suggests that the only way to address risk arising from the use of IT is testing general IT controls. We discussed this in my outreach, and could be test of details or manual controls if you have small companies, small using very basic IT. Maybe you want to have this in mind. I probably should have made this comment earlier on today with respect to 330 in the first place, but I raise it here now. Similar to Nancy, and I think also to Wendy, we can also provide you some further offline comments or drafting, especially with respect to 10 capital C, little c at the end. Yeah. Thank you.
Hernan?
Thank you, Tom. My point is on the example added in the paragraph A65O at the end of the list. You refer to ticket sales data from passenger reservation systems as audit evidence, which may be operational data. In my view, in all cases, it will be operational data. The problem is this operational data is or is not integrated to the reporting accounting system. That's why I changed the wording using which is operational data and could not be integrated with the financial reporting system. Thank you.
Could I, one sec. My takeaway on 10B and 10C is that conceptually the board is fine, but the language needs to be simplified and potentially collapsed into one. But like there's some drafting that you guys could do to make it simple, and there's not unintended consequences from what we had in 10C, that people understand what we're trying to get at. Is that a fair read of what's being said? There have been a lot of different suggestions. I also know that the team has sort of been anticipating this. So I assume that they're working on a potential option on it, but I think that's the theme you're hearing here. Nancy, did you want to comment?
I was just mentioning to the vice chair that I'm comfortable with that position. So just a final point, a small point that I didn't bring up when I was talking about the bigger issue. So now that Hernan's talking about the application material and about operational data, I would refer to application material paragraph A65, big P, little a, and it's the final bullet. So the final bullet talks about whether controls appropriately address risks relating to the use of advanced technology by management in the financial reporting process. So I would suggest make it broader to encompass operational data as well, financial and operating processes, or just talk about reporting processes, something like that to be a little bit broader than financial. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Back to you, Susan.
Thank you. I think the team has been thinking about some ideas along the lines of what I think Wendy was saying about combining and streamlining those two paragraphs together. So I'll be interested in your drafting. So thank you. Okay. Next up, 11 to 14. This takes us to the end of the requirements that I'm going to be covering. And the related application material in A66 to A90B. There were not a tremendous number of changes to these paragraphs since we last saw them. So if anybody has any comments, and then Christy will be taking over the technology bit when we're done here. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, well, yeah, I'm sorry, and the append, and the, yeah. 11 to 14 and A66 to A90B.
Okay. Any comments on 11 and 14? James?
Yeah, just one comment on A73. I just wondered if the list of things in here might include ethics, because quite a lot of the characteristics here refer to the competence of an auditor's expert, but there's nothing explicit about the kind of ethical requirements that they might be subject to that could be relevant.
Anyone else? Happy with these paragraphs? Okay. Chrissy?
No, I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm also covering appendix 1 and 2. So this is on the relationship with other ISIS and types of audit procedures and selecting items for testing. Again, very few changes in these appendices since we saw them last.
Any comment? Bill?
James still has his 10 card up.
Well,
we're all watching you,
well,
James.
I don't know. Tattletale's here. So, I don't know. I've got to count a strike against both of you right now. Mm. Well, on that note, I think we're good with the appendices.
Yeah. So thank you all for your input. I'm very excited to process these comments. And
Not good.
We're going to pass to Christy.
Oh, Nancy? Okay. Separate.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. So in this next one, I'm going to walk you through quickly, conscious of timing, to walk you through quickly the technology appendix, which is referring to appendix 3, but really the body of the text is in appendix 2 of agenda item 7 in the issues paper. So that's, yeah, so again, that's appendix 3, which has the whole text of the technology appendix. So this one was prepared in response to the board's comment in December that we should build a straw man for the board to get a sense of what we intend to include as the application material to explain the technology aspect of the in-scope standard. So this one is anchored to the requirements in paragraph 8 and 9 of ISA 500. And I think this may resonate with you is because we have a much broader technology project. So the purpose of this application material and appendix is really just to explain how the auditors may use technological tools to achieve the requirements in ISA 500 for these specific paragraphs of 8 and 9, and not to do anything broader. So that's why we think those are good to fit in, potentially may fit in the standard, but of course welcome your thoughts on whether it would stay in the standard or vice versa, or otherwise. And another thing I would also want to highlight is originally we also considered whether documentation considerations should be included in the appendix, and we concluded that not to propose any considerations for documentation for now, because first of all, there is a separate standard of 230, which is the reference framework for documentation. And also when we talk to do the outreach activities, for example, we reach out to the technology consultation group, there's also warning or caution for us not to create any unproportional burden on the auditors, because the use of technological tools are very much have a big evolution right now. So not to create anything that prevents create a huge burden on the auditors at this point of time. So that's why we did not bring that element into the appendix at this point. With that, I'll pause and see if there's any comments. So, Tom, back to you.
Okay. Comments related to Appendix 3, which is at Appendix 2 to Agenda Paper 7, Agenda Item 7. Is anyone else at fault, Bill, right now, or you're coming in on a comment? I'm giving you a hard.
I'm trying to be useful again.
I thought that was very useful. Okay.
Now, look, I think this is the project team's decision is to not include it in the standard, the documentation appendix 2. But have I read that incorrectly? By look on your faces.
For the documentation, we
But documentation, definitely.
documentation not to include in the standard.
You know, I'm referring to the all of Appendix 2 to say that as much as I'd love to see it in the standard, I just think as we've had the discussion around technology, it's just changing too rapidly. It would be get out of date just too quickly. So,
but I don't think that's the position of the team. The position of the team is that it was created to be in the standard ultimately.
Yes, the appendix 2, which sits in the issues paper, there is an equivalent placeholder in 500. We would like to include it in 500.
Okay, well then.
The only piece where we've kind of said to the board that we would not include is anything on documentation.
Right.
Related considerations, and the reason for that is explained by Christy previously.
Again, my answer is still the same though, even though I can live with it being in the standard and would be a valuable addition. I'm just concerned about it becoming dated over relatively quickly.
Okay, James.
Yeah, I mean, when we met, I think I expressed similar thoughts that partly it reads a little bit more like guidance than I think maybe ought to be in a standard. Partly, I think it is very susceptible to be getting out of date very quickly, and we don't want to be opening up a standard in order to update it. And partly, I guess, is it really needed? And I guess, you know, what has been the stakeholder kind of demand for this? Because a lot of it seems pretty straightforward. If you're an auditor applying the principles of being an auditor, you know, and so the distinction between the use of technological tools and some other methods and approaches to the audit, I wasn't quite convinced of that.
Akika?
Thank you. Yes, I basically agree to include this appendix 2, I believe, to 5,000. Yes, because first of all, I think what's written here is so important. You say bias, security, privacy, etc., and also the data management. I think this is really important thing. As I said in the technology project, if the data input data is biased or maybe incomplete, the output is totally different. Not only this time of engagement, but also the future time if the system is adaptive. And also it's not deterministic, and then the output we cannot detect with the output, so it's very important. So I agree with that, but my concern is that we expose this hopefully in June, after June, and then maybe we also have the work stream, technology work stream in a different schedule. Maybe people would like to see the whole picture of the technological tools, how the very new technology like Gen AI is used by auditor. So in that case, maybe so system integrity is in the work stream, and the other things is here. So but I think that's fine to expose, but maybe if there is some comment after we expose or when we expose a work stream, and then maybe we may need some flexibility, because someone may make a comment on work stream, but it's related to this appendix 2 or vice versa. So that is my only concern. Thank you.
Nancy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So, Mr. Chair, the team might rule me out of order on this one, because the team, this one, not Angelo's team. So I guess for James' benefit, we did talk about this issue about how do we pull together the technology issues on this whole subject of AERR in some previous meeting. And there's some sense that perhaps one way to do that is to capture that in sort of like an appendix to say all the technology implications. So that's the origin of this. So the reason I said I might get ruled out of order is because I have a personal view, and the feedback I get is a different view. But I think you'll be happy with where I landed, because I'm offering up a suggestion that might try to satisfy both. So personally, I think it's more in the camp of guidance. Like the way I haven't read through all the details, but my quick read of it, it struck me as better as guidance. And my big concern is, and I did ask this question in my outreach, what does it mean if we put it in as an appendix in the standard? And unequivocally, and it come from one of the big fours that says, well, if you put it in the standard, we're going to have to consider it. So they're going to have to go through all of that. Now, would they have gone through all of that anyway? I don't know. Like, depends on the applicability of technology in whichever area that they happen to be looking at. So I got a bit of a doubt in my mind on that. I also don't know what the source of all this information is. Like, where did you gather this information, and the kind of due diligence that we have gone through to try to make sure that that's, it's where it ought to be. Did you go to the TCG? Did you, like, who actually have a chance to actually assist us to make sure that what's there would be appropriate content? Like, in other words, like the Goldilocks, right? Like, it's not too much, not too little, because if you're putting it in the standard itself, right? So for a number of reasons, I'm a bit hesitant to have it inserted as an appendix. Now, however, the outreach I made, the feedback I get is put it in the standard. So they seem to want it. So where I landed is that, well, I think, we're going to go into an exposure stage. We'll go with the team's initial position and propose that it be inserted as an appendix, and be clear about that in your question and your explanatory memo to go with that, so that people can actually have a view, and then you would get a sense as to whether it would be helpful or not. And in the meantime, just give me some sense of comfort that we've gone through some kind of scrubbing in terms of looking at what's there. Thank you.
I think we should be very clear that being in an appendix in a standard has the same authority of any application guidance paragraph. We just use appendices because it provides a different form of flexibility to articulate things that is not side by side to the requirement paragraphs. And we've used appendices in many other instances. So the question, I think, for this board ultimately will be is, does this appendix help the consistent application of the standard, provide useful, practical advice, particularly in relation to its topic, which is technology? On the other hand, doesn't have a risk of being obsolete in the near term. This is what I hear is the counter, is that if it gets obsolete, the problem with being in an appendix in the standard is that we have to go through a due process step to remove it. What I've now heard from two people here, to some extent, Mikiko and Nancy then got to it in a conclusion, is that we could expose it thinking that it's serving the purpose that we'd like to, and we could ask the question of people. The staff team could explain how they've gotten to it, but like with everything there's a significant amount of due diligence, just like why they came to every other paragraph in the standard. So we didn't pull this out of thin air here, but I think we just have to balance those factors, and maybe you put it out for exposure and ask people whether this is really helpful. Like, the whole goal is to be helpful when you do an appendix. So just know, as I said before, we've done an appendix on technology as it relates to 315 too. I see Philly and then Ada.
Thank you, Tom. And I'll probably build a little bit on what you said. I think it's interesting that people are saying it can get outdated soon, and that's a fair comment. And I think that's something the team took into account when they were developing this appendix. So it will be interesting, and especially if we get the opportunity to put it out on exposure, what in here will get outdated, because it's been written at such a high level that I think it is helpful, because it does explain. Remember, the purpose of explanatory material is to, where necessary, provide further guidance on how a requirement may be applied, but it is still at a principles level. So we were trying to strike that balance, that it is useful guidance, but without being too granular. So we a little bit in a situation of damn if you do and damn if you don't. Because then if we put it in, we probably get the comment that this is not a comprehensive solution, which is also a fair comment, because it's not intended to be a comprehensive solution. The application material and whatever guidance may come as a result of going into some granularity, those two things are not mutually exclusive. We can have this as, we can say this is appropriate to live as application material in the standard because it serves the purpose of application material. But we can also do additional guidance that goes into a level of detail or granularity, which we are a little bit more agile in terms of updating and those type of things. So I think we have to look at that in that context as well.
Yeah, and I'll build upon that lens, because the reason it's in here is not least because this was part of the project objectives when 500 was put together. And when this went first out for exposure, together with the strategy and work plan, people were saying, we don't have enough on technology, we need more. Now, of course, we've moved on, and now we have a separate technology work stream, but recognizing it, that's currently focusing on QM. And so 220 as QM1. But the construct thereof seems to appeal, and could also be a construct for further technology guidance in this space. I do agree with Willy, and that probably triggers James's comment that this is rather generic. Well, yes, by design, because we, so for some, this wouldn't add too much. Maybe for others, it will trigger a thought. But that's the balance, I guess, that the team has sought to bring to bear. And so my position is that in light of the actions that we set out initially, and the feedback we got on exposure, I'd probably be remiss if we don't have something in. Understanding the downsides of it, that we will no doubt get comments, it's not specific enough, and we need more and more. And I'll happily accept it. And then we need to pivot to non-authoritative guidance, where we now have structure for a document we're going to be discussing tomorrow. So that's where I am. I do have some comments in respect of some of the details, but we'll send those in after the fact. Thank you.
So yeah.
Thank you. As a member of TCG, I've provided my comments on Appendix 2, and I saw the key points are summarized in paragraph 54. And here I'm just want to adding on that my thoughts on, I mean, what's the real value to have such an appendix attached to 500? among all the content, I think for me, there are three scenarios. One is where there are factors make the use of technological tool necessary. And second scenario is it can make the audit work more efficient. And the third scenario is where there's danger. It might not be appropriate to use technology tool in some circumstances. And then for me, I think the first one will be of most value to add on, the audit quality, and it should be reflected somewhere, maybe not in this appendix, but in application material itself to address those scenarios where use of technological tool might be necessary because of those factors. But the good to have part, I mean, it will improve your efficiency in performing audit procedure, may not be worth to be a part of the standard, because even the appendix, as you said, even the standard is authoritative. So maybe another idea is that the use of technological tools is why we come up with this initiative, technology quality management. Can we not include some of the content as maybe an appendix to that NAM, not appendix to 500? And also another observation actually niggling in my mind in terms of the current content in appendix 2 is that I don't worry too much on it could be out of date soon. Actually, on this other side, I'm a bit more worried about it's describing something which I haven't seen or not even expecting, because it's kind of rate what technology tool can do throughout the whole process of audit. And I do have concerns on the possible over-reliance on technological tool. Thank you.
Neil?
Trying to balance my thoughts on the appendix. I'm hearing it's high level and maybe not that useful. It could date itself. Ada makes the point that we need it to be more technologically focused. And I think I also get a sense that we've got a lot to do to be able to get this done before we need to go to exposure. So my sense is, if we are going to put this out, is there an opportunity to not have it in the standard as an appendix, but to keep it as information that we provide in the exposure period, so that it's not distracting around us trying to get the standard finalized? So instead of including it as the appendix, it goes alongside the standard to say, and this is also guidance that we're currently drafting. Interested in your feedback? Would you like it added as an appendix? That might be more efficient for us in our drafting process and hopefully not as distracting during the exposure period.
Neil, I don't believe you summarized the conversation entirely fairly, though. I think many people have thought the appendix is useful to get out there. And like the question that we have, like, I take it there may be expectations that we do more than this, and there's concerns about risk, but I think you were a little too negative about the way people described it. I think there's a general question about whether it should be included as an appendix for the standards ultimately, but I just want to clarify that I didn't hear as much negativity about the appendix that, so, and frankly, whatever we put out is going to take the same amount of drafting up to the point that we put it out. Now, it may have a question of like the form in which we put it out with exposure, but I heard a lot of people saying, let's put it out as an appendix and see whether it's useful as an appendix and ask the question. Yours is an interesting construct as well. Say, okay, it's separate. It's not yet an appendix. Would you like it as an appendix, which is another thing. And if that has a meaningful impact to the way stakeholders react, maybe we should consider that.
And I think that's more the point that I was trying to get across. So maybe I mischaracterized some of the summarization, Tom, but certainly to show that perhaps it's not an appendix, but here it is. Would it be useful to attach it as an appendix to the standard?
Kalina?
Yeah, just to provide some context to Nancy in terms of the due diligence behind this. So Nancy, somebody mentioned also when 500 was exposed and then the strategy and work plan. What was done at that time is a list of issues was accumulated in terms of what people were looking for in terms of guidance. In the standard at the time, there was a lot of appetite for authoritative material in the standards. To Billy's point, I think there was a feeling, or to Edo's point, that the standard did not hit the target on technology. So that was the starting list. And obviously, we've done a lot of information gathering with JSS in terms of getting guidance what is out there. That guidance has been analyzed at a very granular level in terms of what is already out there where people are doing guidance in the context of the in-scope standards. So that was a big starting point in terms of our work in the background. The development of that material obviously focused on that points. This has gone through the technology group and will continue to go to the technology group as we go forward. And we're very lucky to have access to Angelo and all of our technology team who have taken a good scrub look at it. And I'm not even mentioning the effort of Susan, Josephine, Edo, Vili. So it has been through a process where we've looked at what's out there, what JSS has, and we've kind of had a basis to build on. Obviously, it will be subject to further refinement. We're hoping to get offline comments on what we are putting out here and then refining further.
Okay, let me just say this right now. Let's get comments sent to the team about the appendix as it is constructed now in agenda paper 2. We can make the final determination of whether this goes out as formally as part of an appendix at a subsequent date or not. I'm conscious that we want to get through other papers, but whether it's formally as part of the ED or part of the explanatory memorandum to go into the standard at a later date, I think we have time to make that decision. But what the team needs now is comments of whether this is useful material to help people apply the standard and whether it provides practical expertise. Are we fine there? Obviously, the team will continue to engage with the technology consultation group and Angelo and the team otherwise, and we'll get other comments. But we're up to 4 o'clock. We have 5:20 to get through. And conforming and consequential amendments. And do we feel like we're good on the appendix? Anyone want to come in? Okay, Nancy, then Christelle.
Very quickly. So thank you for that, Kalina. It wasn't meant as suggesting that we haven't followed due process to put it together, but we're now on public record in terms of you explaining some of the work effort behind it. So I think that put it on record, and that's great. Thank you. As far as the option is concerned, my preference is for the team to suggest that it be included as an appendix, and then ask people's view about whether that would be useful or whether they think that it would be better to keep it as separate guidance. Why do I say it that way? Because if you keep it as separate material and say, do you think we want to include it? It might not draw as much attention for people to look at that and then offering you view. Whereas if you say it's going to be there, should it really be there, then you may draw more feedback. And that's why I'm suggesting that. Thanks.
Christelle?
Yes, I'm supportive of your proposal, Tom, to pursue as an appendix. I have true expectation from the stakeholders in France, and I think that the appendix 2 is well done. I have some comments, but I will send you offline. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll make a final determination on this at a later date. Makika?
Sorry, my comment. Sorry. Yes, the background I agree to include in the appendix is I don't have a strong preparation if it's appendix or application material, but what I can really I like to emphasize is it's not a guidance, and when we read what's written, for example, bias things, etc. This is not, it is better thing. So if you use an AI or something like that, it's better to eliminate bias. It's not something like that. It's too systemic. So that's why I think it should be in the 500 series. Appendix 2 is very appropriate. And also, I really highly recommend that as Nancy said, and we discussed our expert group, we like to have the comment from them. And what I'm wondering is actually, so what's written here is it really specific for the evidence thing, or is it really not, it shouldn't be in 200 or ISQM1. I'm not very clear on that. So yeah, if the both team, technology team and audit evidence team can collaborate and to think about that. If it's already done, that's fine. But yeah, so that is very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Again, to everyone, please provide comments to the staff about drafting and the right level of detail we want in this. I heard a number of people who said that they think it would be useful to go out as an appendix with the ED with questions about it. A couple of other alternative views. We will come back to where it's placed clearly when we vote the ED out. Regardless, there'll be something in the explanatory memorandum on whatever material we create. Could we move to 520 now, please?
Oh, thank you, Tom. So in this next section, I'll walk through ISO 520. So in this first section, I'll just dive in in the interest of time. So in this first section, we would like to have feedback on paragraph 1 to 4, which is covering introduction, objectives, and definitions. So we have made some updates to the definition of the substantive analytical procedures in response to the board's comment last time. So I just wanted to highlight that to align with the definition of substantive procedures. But with that, I'll give it back to Tom.
Okay, requirements 1 through 4 and related application material. And I'm giving people some time to open up their documents since I have the same issue when you do it on screen. Bill.
It looks like James 10 cards up. He might have something to say.
James. No, the thing you do is you pretend you actually had something to say at that moment. You're like, Neil.
Just reading 4 big A, it very clearly is about risk assessment. And so it just struck me as to whether it should actually be here or if this is something that rather belongs in 315.
Are we up to that? We're going to get to that in a second. So noted, though.
1 through to 4 doesn't include 4A?
No. Hey, we decided or could mean whatever we want or to mean here. We could decide 4 means only 4 and not 4A too. It's our system. Greg.
Thanks, Tom. Just on the theme of what does or mean, definition for, so para 4A, the definition of analytic procedures. We say both financial or, so I just wonder about the construct. From a plain English point of view, that construct doesn't really work. But if or is and or, then maybe it sort of works. I don't know. So it didn't read well.
Greg, I can briefly just respond to that because we flipped back and forth a few times between the word and or. So we had a number of comments on this. Last time in December, we flipped it back to and, but and only means financial information and non-financial information. It implies that you need to use both non-financial and financial. So that's not appropriate. And then the word of, so we switch back to or, because in our standard, as Susan explained earlier, or means and or. So-
It's the
so
both
you
that
have
causes the
yes.
problem though.
Yeah.
Just delete the word both.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
I think that's where the grammatical issue occurs. Okay. Great. So, Neil, we'll get your moment now. We ready to move forward?
Next one is paragraph 4A.
I have no comments.
Or you defer to your previous ones? Okay. We have Neil's non-comment. Anyone else? Any reaction from the team?
Yeah, maybe I'll give it a go. This was a decision that the board discussed previously, that it makes sense to bring the whole framework for analytical procedures into 520 for several reasons that were discussed at the time. And on that basis, we've anchored it here, although it does refer back to 315 through the application material and so on. So that's why it's here. Now, blending it in 315 risks that it may become non-distinct, not have the prominence that it needs. And why this is because the evolution, obviously 315 requires other procedures, not just analytical procedures to be performed. But why is it specifically important for this area is because this is where the evolution in technology comes in. So auditors are using a lot of more of these data analytics tools and various other analytical procedures at the risk assessment. So this is why it deserved a separate emphasis. So this is the reason why it's here, and it's because the board already deliberated on this and made a decision. We have debated a few times internally in terms of the placement itself, and we've kind of gone with where the board already landed.
Okay. Neil nodded and accepted. Okay. Should we move forward?
Thank you. The next section is really the bulk section of the standard on the substantive analytical procedures. So that's paragraph 5. And paragraph 5 has the 4 subparagraphs, A, C, D, and E. And this touches upon the suitability of the procedure, develop an expectation, determine the amount that's acceptable without investigation, and then also the investigation procedures. So those requirements we have gone with the pretty much gone through the board in the last few meetings. The changes here mainly are to make them more readable, as well as we have revised and relocated many of the examples and application materials so that it would read more coherently. And that's also in response to the board's comments that some of the examples in the extant standard were outdated. So we spent a lot of time revising these and taking another look at these application materials related to the substantive analytical procedures. And Tom, I'll give it back to you.
I've also discovered, Neil, there's a rule. If it's a small letter and tied to the number, it's included in that number. If it's a big letter, it's exclusive, right? So unless we decide otherwise, that's a board decision. No, I actually think it may be in the rest of the board and me or me. We will determine which one that is later. Christelle.
My comment is on application material A16. I'm in favor of maintaining this application material A16 as the level of assessed risk is a key consideration when determining an appropriate threshold for substantive analytical procedure. Thank you.
is there maybe Greg, and then maybe we could explain why we took it out too. Greg?
Separate issues?
Yes, you could go.
Thank you. A4, the first sentence of A4 has been reworded, and my outreach suggested that it now infers you need both, so that we're explaining that test of detail and substantive AR are needed. And I guess the request from the outreach was, can we go back to the previous wording? So I'm just not sure the rationale for why we changed that wording, because it was quite clear before, wasn't it? But that's the first point. And then the second one was just in A11, the public sector paragraph. Buried in the middle of A11 is a sentence, because expenditure on the acquisition of assets may not be capitalised, etc., etc. So it's discussing an accounting policy that might be used in some parts of the public sector around the world. I'm just not sure, like that's an accounting policy question. I struggle a little bit with how that adds value to the point we're trying to make in the paragraph. So I question the in addition sentence number 3 in A11 from a public sector point of view. I think we can happily live without that. Happy to talk to the team separately about it. Yep.
Robert?
Yeah, just 2 small ones in A13. One for Susan. If we solved the either or issue in 500, then we need to solve it here as well in A13. And then in 5E, there's a word included. It says investigate. So rather should probably mean evaluate. Just think about it.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, Christy?
I'll just respond to some of the comments there. And Greg, to your question on paragraph A4, the reason why we changed the wording here is because we tried to align with the paragraph in A45 and A46A in ISO 330. So there we have removed, especially in A45, I remember that we removed the reference to combination of both sets of details and substantive analytical procedures, not to imply that because both can be used to achieve the purpose of the audit procedure. So not to imply that it may not be necessary to perform both, a combination of such procedures. So that's really the intention of striking out a combination of both in there. And then we change it to include as well to be consistent. So yeah, but I'm conscious that the unintended consequences of the end. So I can take another look at this. Yep. Then I wanted to respond to the comment. Investigate, Robert. We did talk about this because we see that comment from you also back in December. The word investigate actually is described in the glossary of terms so it's in there, and therefore it's also a concept that's being pretty well understood by the auditors. They've been using the word investigate in the standard in extant, understood pretty well. So we did not feel strongly that it should be changed to evaluate. That may also cause some confusions on what the auditor should do very differently from investigation in the past. Yeah, and evaluate, it is also described as well.
Yeah, and on this point, I think investigate is a much more active consideration, or not a consideration, work effort than evaluate. Or you have a difference that you didn't expect, so you need to do something with it. And I think investigate is the right word for this compared to evaluate.
And do we touch A16? Christelle. Christelle questioned the deletion of A16.
So I think we actually deleted because
Yes,
Oh.
I remember now. So, so this paragraph was a little bit problematic because it was suggesting that I think it was suggesting something that is inconsistent in terms of how we set up the standard. So as the assessed risk increases, the amount of difference between the auditor expectations consider decreases. So what we said is the threshold does not exceed performance materiality. This procedure is precise. It detects a material misstatement. It would not be appropriate for us to be suggesting lower levels for the auditor to consider, given the risk. Now, remember also, this procedure cannot be done for a significant risk alone, right? It has to be either with a test of controls, or if there is only substantive procedures, it's not this, it's test of detail. So on that basis, it was not needed anymore. That was the rationale.
Okay.
So with that, I'll move on to the next section, which is paragraph 6 and 7. And these are the paragraphs on the audit, the analytical procedures that perform at the end of the audit, when the auditor forming an audit opinion. So for those, actually, the changes are quite straightforward, mainly to improve the readability of the standard, change some examples, make them, basic, just some minor enhancements there. So yeah, so that's it.
Okay. Basically, we're taking us to the end of this standard right now. People happy with 6 and 7 related application material? Good. Okay, we're through 520.
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware I was covering this today. Right now we're covering ISA 315 and the response or the changes to ISA 315 that were made as a result of the removal of 330 paragraph 18. So the permission that we got to remove the standback or the backstop in 330.18 was the more robust risk assessment that we are requiring in ISA 315. And so that's what we've done is we've added an evaluation about whether the evidence from the risk assessment provides an appropriate basis for the risk assessment. We've also added an evaluation about whether the determination that the material but not significant class of transactions, account balance and disclosures, whether that evaluation remains appropriate. So you've decided it's not significant. If it's big, think about it again. And then added some practical guidance and examples. So we have also added some documentation requirements to determine your basis for determining that your material but not significant classes of transactions are not significant. And we've indicated in our documentation application material that It's not required to be done at every assertion level for every class of transactions, account balance and disclosure. So that's the upshot of what we've done to ISA 315. So if anybody has any comments on those, sorry.
Okay. So if we think about the document we're in, agenda item 7E.
Yes, we're in the significant consequential amendments.
Right. Just going through up to it's the first 7 pages plus of that document. So you're seeking comments on the first 7 pages plus of agenda item 7E. Okay, Nancy.
Thank you. I'm on page 6, so I'm in scope. Just made it to before page 7. The paragraph number is the application material, and it's paragraph number A233B. So in here, we have 2 paragraphs. We have one paragraph that speaks to A232B, talks about the fact that if you have, don't have a lot of these risk factors, then, for those material code bits that are not significant, the auditors may evaluate whether your determination is appropriate and so on and so forth, right? But the trigger point was whether there were significant risk factors like complexity, subjectivity, and so on. Then we go down to 233B, and we start by saying conversely. So one would expect that conversely, if one of those risk factors were to be different, like it's an iterative process, if one of those risk factors would be different, then it would be a different scenario. Whereas here in 233B, what we did was we said, well, but then materiality level change. It's a different issue. So I think you need to go back and talk about risk factor to be respectful about the conversely. So on the one hand, it's this way, but on the other hand, if the risk factors would be to be different along the way, then it would be something else. So I think that's the observation on that particular point. Let me see if I got something else here. It's primarily that because, changing materiality, I guess reducing materiality level, that's a different issue. So it gets you back into risk assessment and all of that other stuff.
Yeah, and that the addition of that paragraph was as a result of a request from the board to include the effect of materiality and its association with the risk assessment. And I understand your focus on the risk as opposed to materiality, and this is really a risk concept, but this was a result of the request from the board. So I would be interested on whether the board.
So in that case, just decouple the two, like the conversely doesn't fit.
Yeah.
Right? So you're now talking about something else. You're now talking about materiality.
Shaya?
Page 3, paragraph A203. This paragraph, together with the example, I have a question here. This paragraph said, use technology tool in the identification of a significant codebad. I think the concept of 315 is that we identify risk of material misstatement and relevant assertion, and then those codebad affected by those wrong or significant codebad. We don't directly identify significant codebad. That's my understanding. And secondly, the examples used here, it's not quite. I mean, the first example is a bit it's not happening in practice, at least on my observation. I think it's odd in using technological tools in doing this. It's not quite aligned with my experience as practitioner. And the second example on revenue, I think revenue is at least revenue recognition is a presumed significant risk, a fraud risk. And even beyond that, revenue is normally a significant callback. So why do we need to use technological tools to reach this conclusion? And the next comment is on paragraph A204 about significant disclosure. In the paragraph, it says examples of disclosures that have qualitative aspects and may blah blah. But if you look at those examples, they are not only they shows not only qualitative aspects, but very typically they are also quantitatively, material. So, and secondly, in practice, actually the disclosure in the form of footnotes, I mean, the entity, when they do those disclosures, they actually apply the concept of materiality. They don't disclose everything. So normally in performing an audit, we don't have a specific need to identify, significant disclosure. Basically, I mean, the typical practice is, for example, if we audit an IFRS account, we will use a disclosure checklist to see, whether something should be disclosed is actually there. So that means our main concern is on completeness of disclosure as a starting point, and then we verify the accuracy or things like that. So I think the whole concept of that we actually need to go through this process of identifying significant disclosure is a bit maybe not so helpful.
So can I step in now?
Yeah.
The amendments to this standard are only conforming and consequential amendments as a result of removing ISA 330 paragraph 18. So the amendments or the suggestions that you're making are valuable and interesting, but they're outside of the scope of what we're doing here today.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Okay.
Would-
Thank
we
you.
would-
Yeah, maybe
would-
I'll move to the.
We would need to actually have a full project proposal for that and follow due process if we go beyond conforming and consequential.
Well, and on the next page, so A204A, the example here, we use this example as where we might perform test for control alone, right? But I don't think no, it's a material callback. But I think the example might be reconsidered because in practice, for the loan or for the borrowings, the main typically we will see the risk of material misstatement relating to the completeness assertion, as well as the risk of the company's non-compliance with loan covenant, and whether there's any assets used as the guarantee of that loan, and whether these assets are restricted, and whether they are appropriately disclosed in the financial statements. So it is not very common that we will treat a loan as material but not a significant callback. And next page, also the A238 0B, capital B, the factors listed here, the stand back, it's pretty much repeat what we did in risk assessment in accordance with 315, and I don't feel it adds value. And next page is page 6. Page 6, I have a particular concern on the first paragraph of this page when it talks about, again, the material callback, saying, I mean, I've always have doubts on the concept of material callback to be interpreted as, you know, the misstatement in then could reasonably be expected to influence the economic decision of users. I think if you meet that definition, it should be a significant callback, not a material callback. And also the material callback in practice, it doesn't necessarily mean that none of that there is no inherent risk factors. Actually, in some cases, you may identify inherent risk factors, but when you evaluate the likelihood and the magnitude, you might come to a very low conclusion on both sides, which leads you to conclude that there is no risk of material misstatement. That's a possibility. Okay.
Okay. Think. Is it Anna?
Okay, I wasn't going to react to anything. We've made a number of notes, so I was just going to go to the amendment on ISA 700, which might actually pick up a comment that Robert made earlier on ISA 330. So the reason for this conforming consequential amendment was basically the Boards of Action to relocate the conclusion from ISA 330 to ISA 700 revised. We had got some feedback prior to December with some suggestions of clarifications to make sure that how the operation of the standbacks worked between the standback in ISA 315, the new standback that is in 330, and the now newly transposed standback that had been in 330 but is now in 700, all operated together to support the auditor finally standing back before forming their conclusion and signing their opinion. And we had received feedback in plenary in December that indicated that actually that clarification may have inadvertently changed the meaning or the current meaning of how the various conclusions work in practice. And so really we have ended up reverting back to what had previously been presented with the understanding that ultimately all of these standbacks do work together. You're standing back at the end of your risk assessment to figure out if you have an appropriate basis for your risk assessment procedures. You'll stand back in accordance with ISA 330. You're looking at all the procedures you've done to address the risks and whether the evidence you've obtained from those appropriately addresses those risks or is sufficient appropriate to do so. And in 700, you're sort of standing back at the end and forming your overall conclusion on whether you have obtained sufficient, your view on whether you have obtained sufficient appropriate evidence to form a conclusion. And so then by reverting back to what we previously had, it just links all of the standbacks together. So that is what is shown on these pages. So the rest of the pages would now on the amendment to ISA 700 would be where we take in comments. Thank you.
Okay. So we're dealing with the conforming on 700 right now. I mean, consequential amendments. Any comments? Again, we're just trying to reflect what we've done in the other standards.
Okay. Tom, we're moving now to agenda item 7F, the other proposed conforming and consequential amendment, which happens to be an 88-page document. I think the issues paper covers the basis of how we work, so I think conscious of time, we can go quickly to the walkthrough. We wanted to propose to take this on three phases, but I leave it up to you to decide how to best manage the comments. Thank you.
Okay. 7F. Give everyone a moment to open 7F. The Wi-Fi does not like our Apple devices. Nancy.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So 2 comments, Fetty. So the first one is relating to, I should give you the page number, easier to find. Page 2, ISQM1, paragraph A99A. So I guess what I'm looking at is the sentence, right? And then we have examples. So it's the sentence there. And it talks about may serve multiple purposes in planning and performing the engagements. Good. So the second sentence talks about these resources include technological tools that facilitate design or performance of engagement procedures in obtaining sufficient appropriate evidence. So when it's specifically tied to obtaining and sufficient appropriate evidence, I like that planning part to come out a little bit more. So because we're directly linking it to talking about obtaining sufficient appropriate evidence, which is more on the 330, the response side. So something I would suggest would be perhaps to say design or performance of engagement procedures in identifying and assessing risk and in obtaining sufficient appropriate evidence. So it reflects well that first sentence about planning, that you would have the identification and assessment of risk. So that's a suggestion I like to make to A99A. I'll give you a second comment, and it's somewhat related. So if I were to go to 220, let me find you I'll give you the direct page number here.
64A, right?
So
page 8.
What did I do with it? Okay, hang on. I think it's page 8. So it's paragraph A64A. So it's at the top of page 8. If you look at it, it's identical wording as ISQM1, that paragraph that we just talked about, A99A, and I don't see the need to do that. So if you like, you could retain make reference to ISQM1, A99A, so as required or as stated or indicated in A99A, technological tools or technological resources include tools that facilitate whatever, and then drop the examples, because repeating the examples doesn't do anything and you're just putting more verbiage into the text. So those are the 2 thoughts. Thank you.
Renan?
Thank you, Tom. In paragraph 2, the application material of SQM1, in the example that you modify, starting with IT applications, blah, 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 I think using the rationale of the or that means and or, you should state used to prepare or compile engagement documentation, because the software prepare or compile the documentation. And following that, state and other technological tools, because the first is also technological tool.
Okay, Robert?
A comment with, or question with respect to A31, audit evidence, and on page 5, at the end of A31, you deleted the absence of information. So it's unclear for me why the sentence about the absence of information is not constituting evidence, audit evidence. I think it can constitute audit evidence. It's not positive, but certainly it can be a fact. So for me, this seems to be a fundamental change.
Okay, Bonnie?
Thank you, Tom. So I should have made an introduction, highlight a couple of things before starting. Specifically on the first, I want to go back to the 501 and 505. These standards have been grayed out in the conforming and consequential amendment because the project team has decided or has found that it may not be appropriate to deal with them now. Since we have a project on ISA 500 series, they will be able to cover this in a better position. Secondly, on ISQM1 and ISA 220, the paragraph A99A and A64A in 220, we, as you recall, the board agreed to change the ATT to technological tool, and also to place a description for technological tool both in ISQM1 and ISA 220 revised. And in December, it was agreed that we go back to the version as presented in June. So this is what we did. We went back and presented the description as the board supported in June 2025. We're happy with the team to discuss the proposed changes. I will only highlight one thing in ISA 220, because it's the same in paragraph A64A. The lead-in sentence is the same as in ISQM1, except where in the third line, instead of saying of engagement procedure, it says audit procedure, and that's just to align the wording in the context of an audit engagement. Okay. And also one additional matter to highlight is that we leveraged the conforming and consequential amendment that were proposed during the audit evidence project and that were published with a holding package. So we carried these into these conforming and consequential amendment. So Robert, the A31, that was from ISA 500, but I will we can double check with the team whether we reverse the changes or not.
So yeah, so I was actually looking at that. Robert, as part of the audit evidence project, that was taken out because it's inconsistent with some of the principles in 500. What we have recognized is 500 is that audit procedures to corroborate the absence of certain conditions can also constitute audit evidence. For example, reviewing whether sale returns occurred after the year end for a product or service when corroborating management assertion related to a recorded warranty provision, but not in the context of refusal to provide a request. So this is why it's the strikeout. We could possibly carry this example there, but because the definition of audit evidence changed, this is no longer supportable.
any additional comments? Robert, you reflecting on what you've, is just fine, okay. So there's, I had a sense. Okay, so the team will consider the comment and reflect on need for proposed changes.
And we do welcome any offline comments on the conforming. We appreciate that it's a very long document, so anything that we receive will be considered. So Tom, we're to our last slide, which is our way forward. We've actually come to, now in March, it's an anniversary since we've come to the board March last year. So that's congratulations to all. What we do expect following this session is that we will turn based on offline comments, refine further. There's a few things we still need to look at that we are looking into based on the discussion today. We will be reaching out individually to some of you on specific areas, maybe even recirculating some paragraphs for offline comments. And the plan is to go for targeted approval of the exposure drafts in June. In the meantime, we continue with our outreach, coordination activities, and further engagement. Tom, with that, I think we are done. I just want to thank the board for input comments, and we are expecting everything you have in written format. We will be glad to receive.
So just a few thoughts before I'm going to call on Dave in a second. We have, remember, in our calendars held May calls. We haven't made any determination, but we're not going to take those out of our calendars yet. It may provide a useful touch point in this project to bring targeted issues back, particularly if the team deems it valuable to them. Secondly, I think these are substantial work products. There's a number of inputs we're talking about. We want to make sure that we get the exposure draft in as good a position as possible before we approve. There's likely to be, when we say targeted outreach, we're going to do a significant outreach to people who could help us make the standard better while also working internally. So I just want people to think like this is precisely where we're supposed to be at this point in time. But just like we've done on every project here, we are committed to engage with stakeholders to get the standards to be a cohesive package in a high quality format for people to comment on. And that's going to happen as a way to give us all confidence that whatever we put out for exposure, to the best of our knowledge at that point, could be a final standard, subject to the information we're going to get. So I just wanted to say that. So we're not going to give up our May potential board meetings. I'm not saying we're going to do it. I just want to say that that's an outlet that we may use. And there'll be significant engagement within the board and to external parties from here to the approval of an exposure draft. Billy, you want to say anything more? Okay. Dave, any reflections from the PIOB?
Sure. I have a few reflections from a PIOB perspective, but I'll also add some personal reflections at the end. First of all, I guess maybe I'll get to the bottom line and then go through a couple of items. I think in terms of addressing the public interest issues that have been raised by the PIOB, the project team has done a good job of addressing those items, and based on the discussion today, the board was very engaged on those things, like emphasizing professional skepticism throughout the audit, including looking at the reliability of information, I think is really important. Encouraging a controls-based approach to auditing if it's appropriate, or at least not being an obstacle to that, I think is really important. And And I think and it's been said several times when thinking about audit evidence that all of the information, once the audit procedures have been applied to them, all of that information becomes audit evidence, and having a comprehensive standard or suite of standards that addresses that, I think is really important. So I want to congratulate the project team and all the work that you've done and the board. Obviously, Tom, as you said, outreach will be important. The comment period for the exposure draft will be important. And just from a personal perspective, I've enjoyed listening to you here today. I'm not a board member, so I didn't raise my tent card and give you thoughts on any given paragraphs or anything. But I think this is as somebody who spent my career in the profession, this is a really important step forward. And I think it's been acknowledged that there may be, for SMPs, there may be more guidance that's necessary, and I think working with PAOs and whoever to make sure that this is successfully implemented will be valuable to the whole process. So thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, so we're at the close of our meeting today. At some point in the not so distant future, you'll get a revised version of ISRE 2410 exposure draft. You'll get a revised version of the approach to addressing technology-related matters in the Quality Management Action Plan. You'll get a revised version of ISO 500 series project proposal. And those will be ready for you to review for their hopeful approval tomorrow. Now, like normal, we have set up office hours beginning at 8:30 on all those projects, and the project teams for each will be here for consultation. I don't know if we have the procedural. Oh, look at Billy's on top of this. So for 2410, it'll be in the green room. For the technology team, it'll be in the orange room. And for the 500 series, in the committee room. So that's from 8:30 to 10 tomorrow. And then the plenary will begin at 10 sharp. And then we will make our way through the updates and the approvals, hopefully, with a goal of closing no later than 1 tomorrow. Does that make sense? Am I missing anything? And then I think we'll just break it.